neighbours. She's screwing up. Open the door.
This letter from Apple's lawyer. Yes,
Excuse me, Commissioners, would anyone like a tea or a coffee?
Not for me, thank you.
Right, and at the bottom of it, this is if only the commissioners will ask us permission to take to contact the writer. Well, what I is an actual letter of donation. I thought that might be, but I'll ask Robert. I know she's getting it done.
How's it sound?
Good.
Still, we can still make it.
Yep. No, cool.
Yeah. Originally, I sort of thought he put it was stolen and they'd agreed things and they had to sign it. So he hasn't withdrawn. Yes. Yes. If that's what. So he's holding them, he's holding his positions. Good, thank you. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to.
Nice to meet you.
I'm not sure whether, just so everyone can have a view of
How's
it.
that sound, John?
Sounds good.
Cool, awesome. I could hear you clearly when you talk back, so.
Okay, brilliant, even with the mask on.
Nah, cool.
Probably just leave it there, I think. We'll just take it back down to the shed.
That's just
Might
a-
use it. Oh, that's, yeah, that's civil defence. we borrowed it from, so. Jenny, sorry. Yes, I should have a, should have a name badge on.
took us yesterday.
Yes, he's the chauffeur.
Yes.
Very helpful.
Good guide.
And he was good. He went over and above really what we originally thought.
Yeah.
He took us through.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's nothing better than going out and signing it. Geez,
Cool,
that's
that's-
good.
So at 9 AM or about 5 to 9.
The biggest we've got.
We might need to think of like, what are you just showing the room?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I need to see all that.
It's the first
Jump
couple
down a bit.
hours.
Discussion name, people can get the documents and stuff. So,
Yeah.
cool, nice.
Yeah, I copy of-
Why do you know?
So all you have to do is just come back.
Yeah, but just a fraction.
See your options.
Thanks, this one.
It needs to be quite recent.
Yeah.
You Phil, how are you?
Good, thanks. Yeah, good to get someone if you have to email.
Yeah, definitely. Let's put a name to the face.
Yeah, no, exactly.
When you pause in that screen stop share. Click on the loading room. You can also get to them. Participants. Yeah.
Bring them in now, or do I need to wait? Just
Bring what, sorry?
bring everybody in. So people do.
Yeah, or
No, the other,
That's right.
Start it. That's easy to trim. Start and then. Yeah, cool.
Not yours. Okay.
We have the Elmas and we're just sitting at the back.
Good morning. How are you?
Lovely autumnal morning in Hawke's. Isn't it?
Good.
24 is the high predicted for these things.
Definitely autumnal. I was thinking of the colours though.
Yes, it's gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous, just starting, yes.
Long.
No,
I'll run with
Everything else about the whole thing.
got one under there.
Few, there was some-
Yeah, but some trip or either of us trip that there's not a spion. It's a spion.
I was thinking. No, I was thinking. I was just waiting.
I must admit, I prefer it.
Most of the documents. I'm just full old school hard copies. Some pages hard copies. I'll wait. I mean, you write. We have offices all over, but I'm still, if I can, I'll take just. I write it as I get in when I write. That's how it works. Feels more real.
Probably not.
I was with PHP 4 or 5 years ago. And I found really wanted to see it. She's like, "Oh, it makes me think about it." Yeah. What's the conflict? Well, that was, at uni. Even now, I have to do, I need to take notes, even if I don't look back at them. I just, yeah, I have to do something. Synthesis, if I just look at it, it sort of doesn't come in all the way. Yeah. Yes, and I'm just saying, our younger staff from the early 20s, and they do everything. It's all online, and it's still, still has, desk still has, still got bookshelves and copies, and yeah, Annette and I both are.
I have a young colleague who goes.
Yeah, it's real, and I've been thinking about whether to get a new, especially for travel, big changes, get an iPad that, because they're saying now that given that sort of experience still, so I might go there. So I see, I've got some clients who use them to love them, so that could be the way to go, yeah. So, we've booked on the new flight direct to New York City in October. Yes, yeah. They should be okay. Yeah, I talked to them. They actually get them in photos. But we were still kind of hanging on to July, And kids are trying like, we have lots of reports on, so we're just it's not working out. It's anything. Dog sitter, all the things. And like August. Turns out it's just gonna be 3 of us this trip. We're just gonna do the goal is let's just, these kids need to see my grandmother. That's what needs to happen right now. So that's what we're doing. Yes. So that's what we're doing. It's about 7,000, 3 of us direct to New York City. So stuff. So I was under 2,500. Yeah. I think you know what spent an extra 2,000.
Right.
So I cash for us and stuff to get. It's not fun. Yes, me too. I know. Just me and the. Good. Yes. I found something this morning.
Yep. Nena, everyone. Lovely to see you all here today. Normally at a hearing like this, of course, we have many more people present, particularly all the submitters and all the public that are interested. But of course, in COVID times, we're used to processes being different. So thank you to the staff of Central Hawke's Bay District Council for the way in which they have organised this, so that everyone can in fact be part of this hearing, even if they're not present in the room. This panel of independent commissioners has been delegated to hear and make decisions on the application by Springhill Farm Holdings. We consist of Commissioner Liz Lambert on my right, Commissioner Gray Wilson on my left, and myself, I'm Commissioner Eileen von Dadelson. We're independent commissioners who will base our decisions on the material already received, the context provided by the site visit yesterday, as well as the submissions and evidence which will be presented to the hearing. Present here are a number of members of the council staff who will be helping us make a good day of it, good 2 days of it. Ms. Robin Burns, Ms. Jana Green, and Ms. Cooper are here. There will be others coming and going, I believe, during the time. Mr. Philip Mackay is also here as consultant planner, assisting the council as a reporting officer. Now, in this role, Mr. Mackay has provided a comprehensive assessment of all the relevant issues relating to the application and submissions in the section 42A report, which was pre-circulated. It's important to explain that a reporting officer is a professional independent planner whose report is taken as expert evidence. He is in no way a decision maker, but he, like everyone else present at the hearing, will assist the decision makers. The hearing will follow, in general, the hearing schedule, but as noted on the published schedule, timings are indicative only. There are often, in my experience, there are often changes. Some issues take longer than you expect and others take shorter time. Now, the Mr. Apple spot has been vacated. I believe you will all have received a copy of the letter from Mr. Gerald Cleary. Has anybody received that letter? And that submission has not been withdrawn, but the position to actually make submissions has been withdrawn. So I'm just wondering whether, Ms. Burns, it might be appropriate to inquire of the people who are down to make submissions tomorrow, whether any of those would be interested in coming this afternoon.
Absolutely.
But we want no pressure on them. If they're prepared for tomorrow, that's fine. But that space will now be available. Now, in fairness to all is a basic consideration of hearings under the Resource Management Act, and everyone will be given an ample opportunity to present submissions. Now, to assist us all, possible conditions which might be imposed on the granting of the consent have been suggested by various parties. The conditions are offered as possible ways to prevent, reduce, or minimize possible effects of the proposal. All parties have received advice about those possible conditions from both the applicant and through the section 42A report. And submitters are welcome to comment on them when making their submissions. The only questions permitted are from the panel, or if it is a matter of clarification, through me. After everyone has been heard by tomorrow afternoon, there will be an adjournment. Possibly the reply by the applicant will be presented in a written form rather than in an oral form at some agreed date after the hearing is adjourned, and that will be discussed during the hearing. That reply will not contain any new material. It's simply designed as a response to any matters raised by submitters after the applicant's case has been presented. It's not a second opportunity to present the case. Once the commissioners are satisfied we have all the information necessary to make our decisions, the hearing will be officially closed. We will then deliberate, write our decision, and advise all parties. Are there any questions about the process?
No.
Thank you. Well, Ms. Burns, if you would tell us some of the housekeeping requirements of the
Absolutely.
evening. Thank you.
Kia ora, everyone. My job simply is just to explain where the bathrooms are. So out through here. In the case of an emergency, our fire exits are actually here, and also the door through which you came in, but practically best to be out here. Obviously depends where the fire starts. We will run as per the plan, but as Commissioner Ellison has said, that we will just go with the flow and see how we work through it. Joanna here is looking after all the IT alongside our colleague William and Jenny over here, and Alyssa will be looking after the other bits and pieces, particularly just around morning and tea breaks with commissioners. Masks within this room, the room is set up under COVID orange protocols. So masks are optional if you wish to wear them. As soon as you head out through the main doors and into the common area, then masks are required. I think that probably covers everything else, but any questions, please, we're here to discuss. So.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Do we have a Wi-Fi password?
Yes, sorry, right
sorry.
behind.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on blue tag if you wish to take it off the wall.
Okay,
We thought we'd covered every single possibility, and there we go. It's always something we didn't think about. Any other questions or concerns? No? Well, I will open, before I open the formal part of the hearing, I would invite Ms. Cooper to lead us with a karakia.
Tau mai te mauri anuku. Tau mai te mauri atu. Tau mai te mauri whakaputa ki te whaiao ki te aomarama. Te hei mauri ora. Kia ora.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cooper. There are some preliminary matters for consideration, or one particular preliminary matter which has been drawn to my attention. And really for the record, I think it's important that we put it in there. And that is that the late submission from Leanne and Warren Hutt. They did make a submission in time, and then a few days later, some additional points came forward. Now, I do understand that Mr. Kay, I think, mentioned it in his evidence and said that the applicant was not.
We're not taking any issue.
You're not worried about that. Right. Anyone else have any issue with that? No. Well, I think we can accept that. You're happy? Yes. Well, we're happy to accept that as a second submission from Leanne and Warren Hutt. Thank you. Are there any other matters, preliminary matters that need to be decided upon? No? Thank you. Well, I'll hand it over then to Mr. Lawson. Tell us about this application. Welcome, Mr. Lawson, and we've got Mr. Kay and Professor Cook. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we also have welcome.
Thank you. I have a brief opening submission.
Over to you, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Chair. May it please the Commissioners, this is an application by Springhill Farm Holdings for subdivision consent for a staged 312 lot lifestyle residential subdivision, together with associated road lots, of a block of land comprising some 220 hectares situated adjacent to the junction of State Highway 50 and Wakarara Road, Onga. And I understand that the Commissioners have undertaken a site visit, and it's probably one of the least spectacular site visits you'll ever undertake. That was certainly my impression. It's a flat site and has an ephemeral stream component to it, but other than that, it is rather unspectacular in other features. I set out at paragraph 2 the various properties and addresses and titles, and record there that the copies of the relevant titles accompanied the application. From the outset, it should be noted that this is a controlled activity subdivision within the rural zone of the Central Hawke's Bay District Plan. That's the operative plan, and it should be noted that we concur with the recommendation of the reporting planner in his section 42A report that consent must be granted and should be granted subject to conditions. And with regard to those conditions, there is substantial agreement as to the conditions proposed by the reporting officer with minor amendment. And those amendments are to the proposed lapse date for the subdivision consent, and with the recommendation of the planning officer suggesting the installation of street lighting throughout the entire subdivision, as opposed to street lighting being installed at intersections as recommended by East Cape Consulting in the transportation assessment. The former issue relating to the lapse period is dealt with later in these submissions, and no doubt will be the subject of further discussion and conversation. The issue relating to street lighting in my submission has already been comprehensively addressed in the memorandum from East Cape Consulting Limited dated 3 May, which concludes that a rural approach to road lighting is considered to provide an appropriate level of traffic safety and amenity for path users, in keeping with the rural residential nature and scale of the proposed subdivision. And Mr. Ivor's conclusion is that street lighting should only be installed at roading intersections. Now, at this point, it's probably timely. I have Mr. Kay here with me and Professor Cook, and also I have Carl Carew here in person to answer questions. All other authors of reports are available either by phone or by Zoom link. This is something of a novelty for me. But we just sort of ask for guidance as to how that's going to be coordinated should they be required for questions, but they're generally available throughout the hearing, and we can arrange that as required. The proposal is fully described in the application and the accompanying assessment of environmental effects dated 19 April and in the planning officer's report and section 42A report. Briefly, the proposal is for the development of a large lot lifestyle residential subdivision within the rural zone of the operative Central Hawke's Bay District Plan. It is common ground that the application falls to be considered as a controlled activity. In addition, consent is sought for land use consent under the Resource Management NES soil contamination regulations, and that application has been the subject of a detailed site investigation which identified soils impacted by residential contamination from historic farm activities in the vicinity of proposed lots 198 to 201, so that's 3 lots in stage 14, and 3 lots 176 to 179 in stage 15. The contamination identified is in the vicinity of a former sheep dip and farm sheds, and the application proposes the removal of contaminated soil. The removal of contaminated soil is subject to Regulation 10 of the NES-CS and requires restricted discretionary activity resource consent for both soil disturbance and subdivision of a piece of land subject to the NES. And we concur with the analysis and recommendations of the planning officer's report that the draft RAP and the Stantec peer review of both those documents, that any adverse effects associated with the contaminated soils will be remedied and mitigated, such that any effects on human health and the wider environment will be appropriately avoided, remedied or mitigated. And we agree with the Commission's recommended will appropriately address the remaining assessment matters in Regulation 10.3. And I just, as an aside, the identification of contamination arising from sheep dips and associated farm shedding is commonplace, and the remedial action proposed will address that contamination. There's nothing new in cleaning up sheep dips. With regard to the controlled activity stated, as already noted, it's common ground that the application for subdivision falls to be considered as a controlled activity under the plan. The application is to be considered under section 104, set out the relevant parts of section 104. With regard to the effects on the environment, the planning officer's report concludes that there are potential reverse sensitivity effects and effects on rural amenity arising from the subdivision, but that as this application is for a controlled activity with limited matters of control under the district plan, there are no conditions available to mitigate such potential effects. With regard to the potential for reverse sensitivity effects, the applicant is proposing a no complaints covenant, and you've already referred to the fact that there has been agreement as to a form with Mr. Apple, and in my submission that that's not, or the benefit of that no complaints covenant is not confined to the Mr. Apple orchard. It applies to all lawfully established and legally undertaken activities within the rural zone. So the reverse sensitivity matter that has been identified in the planning officer's report has been voluntarily addressed by the applicant. So with regard to the potential for reverse sensitivity effects, the applicant has agreed with Ms. Apple a no complaints covenant, which will protect any lawfully established activities being undertaken lawfully in accordance with the district and regional plan requirements. And this will avoid, I should say, any potential reverse sensitivity effects. With regard to the potential for effects on rural character and amenity, it is submitted that while there will be a change in the rural character and amenity, that change is a change that is envisaged and provided for in the district plan, which provides for this type of lifestyle subdivision as a controlled activity. Ultimately, the Resource Management Act is not a no change regime. Sustainable management, as defined in Section 5, envisages both use and development of natural and physical resources, not simply their protection. With regard to Section 104(1)(b), the application prepared by Development Nous contains a comprehensive analysis of the relevant planning documents, and this is replicated in the Planning Officer's Section 42A report, which concludes, given the controlled activity status of the proposed subdivision, I consider that it follows that it achieves general consistency with the objectives and policies of the district plan, and we concur with that conclusion. We also agree with the Planning Officer's assessment of the restricted discretionary land use activity and his conclusion that the requirements of the NES have been satisfactorily addressed. And for completeness, this application was lodged on the 19th of April 2021, 6 months prior to the proposed plan being notified in October 1991. As a result, the application does not include and was not required to include an assessment of the proposal against provisions of the proposed district plan. In fact, it couldn't have because there wasn't a proposed plan. The reporting planner has undertaken an analysis of the proposed district plan, and we can concur with his conclusion that although I have had regard to these objectives and policies in terms of the weight that should be given to them, it is my opinion that they should be given limited weight in the decision on the subdivision application. Although they have legal effect, they are subject to submissions and may change through the hearing and appeals process. Further, the relevant rules do not have legal effect, and as such, the objectives and policies do not change the controlled activity status of this application. For the reasons that will be outlined later in the submissions, we disagree with the subsequent contention that the objectives and policies of the proposed district plan can be used as justification for imposing a 5-year lapse period. As a controlled activity, the application requires consideration of Section 104A, and I set out Section 104A in full. And as noted in the Planning Officer's report, for the purposes of Section 104A(b)(1), there are no relevant controls reserved in national environment standards or other regulations. And for the purposes of Section 104B2, 1B2, the matters over which Council has reserved control in its district plan are detailed in Section 9.93 and 14.6 of the district plan, and I set out those because that really explains the controls and quite extensive controls that the plan has in respect of implementation of a subdivision. The fact that those controls may have changed or the status may have changed and subsequently doesn't alter the powers that or the matters for control that the council has and that the commissions have. So I've set out 9.9.3 in full, and then at paragraph 29, I'll just record that those matters are substantially replicated and expanded upon in terms of explanation in Section 14.6 of the operative district plan. All of the relevant matters over which control is reserved are comprehensively addressed in the application, AEE, and the supporting reports. And that's not just because I'm a fuddy-duddy that likes dealing with paper and hard copies of things, but
Let's have that conversation.
I've printed these out. These are all the reports which shows that this controlled activity subdivision has been well analysed and is well supported by extensive expert reports and evidence. And I think while the reporting officer, Mr. Mackay, has obviously struggled with what is a change in the approach under the proposed district plan, it doesn't alter the fact that this application, when it was made, was a controlled activity and remains so, and it's really been studied to within an inch of its life in my submission. So, in addition, the officer's report contains a detailed analysis, and I set out where that is in the report, of the matters over which control has been reserved, the information contained in the application, and the matters raised by submitters. And I personally found that really helpful because it tied the three sources of information and viewpoints all together. And the reporting officer has proposed conditions in respect of each relevant matter of control. And as noted, we agree with that analysis, and as indicated by the substantive agreement on conditions, we agree with the proposed conditions of consent with minor amendment. The NESCS application has also been comprehensively detailed in the application and properly assessed in the officer's report. And that application is to be considered as restricted discretionary activity under section 104 and 104C of the RMA. I set out section 104C. The matters over which discretion is restricted are set out in regulation 10.3 of the NES standards regulations, and I set out regulation 10.3. Again, the substantial agreement between the applicant and the officer's report on the exercise of those matters of discretion, and we concur with the conclusions and recommended conditions detailed in the officer's report, paragraph 209 to 211. And I should just for completeness say that we agree that there is no basis for the bundling of the two consents, the subdivision consent and the NES. Had that been suggested, then the solution to that would have simply been to undertake them sequentially rather than at the same time. In my submission, the most significant issue, and certainly for the applicant, is in relation to the lapse period, and there is no agreement on this matter. The applicant has sought a 15-year lapse period. The reporting officer recommends a 5-year period, which is the default period under section 125. And this is an application for a 16-stage subdivision consent comprising some 312 lifestyle residential sites. The applicant's vision for the site is a comprehensive, large lot lifestyle residential development which envisages the supply of sections to the market over an extended period of time. As a result, a lapse date of 15 years is sought in accordance with section 125 of the RMA, and this will allow the stages to be developed in a progressive manner to meet demand, but also ensures that until such time as a stage is implemented, the balance of land will be available for continued rural land uses. The rationale for, and when I say the rationale under the RMA for imposing a lapse date is clear. There are strong policy reasons why a resource consent should not subsist for a lengthy period of time before being put into effect. And I've referred there to the CATS decision and the Court of Appeal decision in Body Corporate 97010. I have copies of those, but other than in this confined point, they're not particularly relevant, but you're welcome to take the load of some of this paper from me.
To our own load.
Into your own load. So those two decisions are the lead decisions on the principle, if you like, that you shouldn't be able to get a consent and then wait around for years and years to implement them. But as will be submitted later, that's not what's proposed here. In the Crest Energy Kaipara case, that was the case relating to the sea turbines, electricity producing turbines at the mouth of the Kaipara Harbour. The Environment Court dealt with an appeal requesting the reduction of the 10-year lapse date to 5 years. In upholding the longer period, the court accepted the submissions on behalf of Crest Energy regarding the scale and importance of the proposed development and the fact that there were significant steps to be undertaken between stages and they upheld a longer lapse date.
Mr. Lawson, do you have a copy of that one?
I have a copy of that one.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all of 3 paragraphs out of 110 pages, but I have a copy of that one for you. And it's not contended that this subdivision is a matter of national importance. The provision of housing opportunities is a significant issue, both nationwide and within Hawke's Bay. And Mrs. Elmers will give a brief statement about what her vision for the site is and what led her to, or led them to the to deciding that a large lot subdivision was desirable. It is important for development to occur in a progressive and coordinated manner, and this is precisely why consents are sought on a staged consenting basis. This allows development of the entire vision to occur in an orderly and planned way. And just as an aside, and I'm not sure whether Commissioner Lambert was still at Napier City Council at the time, but the Parkland subdivision was initially for 870 sections. That was the planning work for that was done in 2000 with a plan change occurring in the year 2000, and they are only now just rolling out the last stages of that in an environment where there has been substantial demand for the type of sections offered in that Parkland subdivision. And so the staging of consents is commonplace, and the ability to roll them out in an orderly manner assists with the provision of infrastructure and roading, and also ensures that the balance of land can be used for other purposes in the interim. And in my submission, this is a substantially smaller development, but nonetheless is going to take some years to roll out. So this is not a situation at which the CATS and the body corporate decision is aimed, where you shouldn't be able to get a consent and go and put it in the cupboard and say, well, one day I'll implement that. And the policy reasons for that are clear. This is a situation where the consent will be implemented, and it's just a matter of the progression of that consent over time. And at paragraph 42, I say if the concern is that this is just going to be banked for 10 or 15 years, if that's a concern, then there's no issue with the first stages of the consent receiving a lapse period of 5 years, the middle stages of the proposed consent, a lapse period of 10 years, and the latter stages of consent, a lapse period of 15 years, with the proviso that if those lapse periods are not met, then the balance of the consent will lapse. In my submission, that's sort of a way of assuring the council and the commissioners that the intention is to implement this consent, and it's not a lack of commitment, but that gives rise to the request for a 15-year consent. It's more the the logistics of doing that. In his officer's report, Mr. Mackay gives the rationale for declining a 15-year lapse period as being due to the objectives and policies of the not yet operative proposed district plan and the contention that the proposal would be contrary to those objectives and policies. This position is taken notwithstanding the candid acknowledgement that those objectives and policies are not yet operative and may be subject to change. We haven't even had the hearings on those as yet. It also has the effect of giving the proposed plan a retrospective effect to an application made 6 months prior to the proposed plan even being notified. That should be being, not been. There are strong policy considerations as to why legislation, including subordinate legislation such as district plans, should not be given retrospective effect. The officer's position is further explained and indeed exacerbated by the supporting rationale that it would not be appropriate to grant an extension of the 5-year lapse date as sought in the application, as doing so would be providing additional time to enable the full extent of the subdivision to be completed. It is admitted that the intent behind the refusal to extend the lapse period is effectively an attempt to frustrate the consent by making the staged implementation of the consent unworkable. As a matter of law, conditions, and I'd say that a lapse period is akin to a condition, and the terms of the resource consent cannot operate so as to frustrate or negate the terms of the consent granted. It's clear that the rationale for the recommendation for declining a 15-year term is to frustrate the ability to enable the full extent of the subdivision to be completed. In my submission, such an approach is unreasonable and ultra vires. A lapse period of 15 years is sought, and as already noted, if necessary, this can be refined such that the lapse period for stages 1 to 5 is 5 years, 6 to 10 is 10 years, and 10 to 16 is 15 years. And in my submission, this gives the necessary commitment to ensure that the consent is implemented while allowing sufficient time for that implementation. Those are the brief submissions. In my submission, the application, it has to be granted. It should be granted subject to the conditions that have been proposed with a lapse period of 15 years or the hybrid of that lapse period. So I'm happy to answer any questions necessary.
Ms. Lambert.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I just have a question of clarity, and it's just in relation to the staging map behind you. Can you confirm that that's the most recent or the latest update? Please, I just noticed the date on the bottom.
Yeah, it's got
that extra lot 1. Yeah.
So
that
that
is
is
the
the
most.
existing house lot.
Yes. Yeah. So that's how you tell. Okay.
I do, yeah.
Version 3, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Thank you. Cool. Thanks.
Mr. Lawson, could you also clarify, please, is the proposed 15-year or the sought lapse period of 15 years, is that to apply to the land use consent under the NESCS as well?
Well, the NESCS work is in stages 14 and 15, so it probably logically it would, although there's probably no impediment. It's not a huge amount of work involved. There's probably no impediment to doing that out of sequence.
The yards for the farm.
Oh, yeah, except that it's the yards for the farm. So, so that's so it would make sense to make that a 15-year lapse period.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps I'll have some questions for you, Mr. Kay, probably in regards to how the staging was developed, and perhaps if you could speak to that as well, and just highlighting that, yeah, so it is intended to be sought that we're potentially, if we were to grant consent for the NESCS consent, that would be potentially 15 years out, that the RAP and whatnot would be implemented.
So certainly, given that it's in the working farm yards, and the idea of keeping the farmland available for continued use while the stages are rolled out, those yards would still be required. So it makes sense in my submission to make it 15 years. But as I say, technically, it's not a huge amount of earthworks and work to undertake the recommended action plan, remedial action plan.
Thank you.
I do have, sorry,
Commissioner Lambert.
I don't even know if I'm actually, I can ask this right now until we've heard from a submitter, but the submitter, Catherine Bell, wants her lot 171 included in the no complaints covenant. Now she's right in the southwest corner. And that's not included at the moment in the current consent conditions. Oh, right.
Is that,
Yeah. The no complaints covenant applies to all activities. So it's in favour of all rural activities surrounding the property. So it's not limited to Mr. Apple.
Yeah, no. Okay, so you're.
So what I'm saying is that her property will have the benefit of a no complaints covenant.
Thank you.
In your experience, Mr. Lawson, how robust a tool are consent notices, and how easy or not easy are they to remove or change?
Consent notice is more robust than simply having a land covenant, because a land covenant can be removed by agreement between the landowners. A consent notice protects a condition of consent. So in order to have that removed, the conditions of consent would have to be changed. And so you'd have to go through a change, a variation to the consent conditions, which requires all the same provisions of the RMA that relate to a resource consent application apply to a change of conditions or a change of consent. So it's a very robust process in which council is the decision maker. So it's hard to imagine that that council would agree to that consent being removed while the surrounding land is rural. So I think it's a more robust than simply having a land covenant that can be removed by agreement between parties.
Just on lapse dates, is there a reason, you say at pair 39, however, there's no question that consent will be commenced within the 5-year period. If that's the case, I guess, is there a reason that wasn't, and the staged consent lapsing that you're now seeing is on the table? Is there a reason that wasn't put forth before now by the applicant in terms of the planning and how this could be staged?
I suppose the reason why it's being put forward is because there's the rationale for the shorter lapse period in my submission is ultra vires. We're trying to thwart the implementation of this consent, and that's not an appropriate or reasonable response. But when you look at the authorities relating to the rationale for a lapse period, the policy desire is to have some certainty that this isn't just going to be shelved and be pulled out, dusted off and implemented sometime well in the future. So in order to address that concern, we're saying, well, the intention is to start this straight away and to get on it. The need for the lapse period, the longer lapse period, is because a 312 lot subdivision, whether you're in the middle of Napier or Hastings or Waipaku, it takes time to roll out in an orderly and progressive manner. So it's balancing those two competing considerations. So it wasn't that we were trying to say, oh well, we were going to implement it at some stage in the next 15 years. That's the estimate of how long it's going to take to get to those final stages. Of course, there's nothing to stop them being brought on earlier if the subdivision progresses more quickly.
Could you remind me of the legalities around giving effect to a subdivision consent? Is there no,
Yeah.
it would seem that even if stages one, the earlier stages were to go forth within the 5-year period, then the consent has been given effect to, and therefore the issue of a longer period is no longer.
That's a very topical issue at the moment. There are two schools of thought, and we've actually got another situation where it looks like which school of thought is correct is going to have to be tested in the Environment Court. The literal interpretation of what is Section 223 is that a subdivision is given effect to when a plan in respect of a survey plan in respect of the subdivision is approved under Section 223. So you've got 5 years to do that, and then once that plan is deposited under, you have a further 3 years to deposit the plan, or to fulfill all the conditions and deposit the plan under Section 224. So it's and some councils have been sort of blurring the line between those two steps and saying, well, you've effectively got an 8-year time period. And that's been the practice for the staging of consents, although, as I say, most stage consents do try to go for a longer time frame. So that's a literal, that's been the approach. I think that legally, the correct approach is that all survey plans would have to be certified within the lapse period. So that would be all of the stages, and all of the conditions would have to be met within a further 3 years and certified under Section 224. So effectively, you'd have to do all stages, 16 stages of the development, build all the roads, put all the lighting in, not be able to use it for the continued farming operation, the balance of the land for the continued farming operation, and they sit there until such time as the market demands. And in my submission, that's just not good resource management practice.
So in other words, in your submission, then you couldn't do the 223 process and have it on paper and have that essentially sitting whilst those balance was being used.
No, yeah, the 223, because there's and it's a drop dead 3-year period. It cannot be extended. You have to have the plan deposited within 3 years of the Section 223.
Thank you. No, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now pass you over to Mr. Kay. Who do you want to go?
I'm easy. I don't have anything written down or prepared, and I'd be very happy if the commissioners would like to ask me a few questions, because I'll give you a brief background of where my husband and I come from and how we got to applying for this consent.
Perhaps we'll do that now, I think.
Thank you.
Would you like me to come over? Little step. You're welcome to sit. Hello, I'm Sandra Elmers, and my husband Garth sitting over there. We are farmers, and we got married when I was 20, and we're still farming. So I'm 75 and my husband's 83. So we're workers. And many, many years ago, in about 1990, our children were faced with having to go to boarding school, and they didn't want to. So we moved from the farm into Gisborne, and we bought a bit of land that was subsequently rezoned residential. And at Wainui Beach in Gisborne. Now, I don't know whether you've ever been there. Has anyone ever been there?
Yes, I come from Wairau.
Oh, okay, you're from Wairau. They put a new highway through, hugging the hill, and we had bought a piece of land between the highway and the beach, 30 acres. So it was subsequently zoned residential. And we were a bit short at the time, and we had 3 girls and a struggling farm because some farm subsidies had come off, etc. And we had a huge debt. We thought, oh, well, it wouldn't hurt. We'd put an application in and see if it came ahead. We'd never, ever done any housing development or any other development. So anyway, cut a long story short, we put an application in and it was approved. And on advice, because we didn't know and still don't know a lot about these things, we just went through the subsequent channels and it was staged into 6 stages. We got the consent in 1994. Last year, the last lot sold, 69 lots. Now, Wainui Beach is Gisborne's top selling suburb. Gisborne is a small town. It's broken lots of national records lately because the property prices have gone up, I think, more than any other province in New Zealand. But it was a bit late for us. We had to wait for 25 or 6 years for the last section to sell. So had we had that 5-year period that council is suggesting, we would have been out the door owing a huge amount of money. And 69 or 65 lucky homeowners that have now got beautiful homes at Wainui Beach. We planted massive native plantings all around the peripheral. We constructed all the central fences so they're all the same. We planted native on both sides of the fences. And I'm very proud to say that if anybody goes to Wainui Beach in Gisborne, they will not see a more beautiful and well-run residential environment anywhere in New Zealand. So we did a great job of that. And we also sold a little bit of land on the corner that somebody developed into a little shopping centre. So that was the beginning of how we started off. And we are not big developers. This came across really by accident for us. We were farming 3,000 acres up in the hills, just straight behind the land you had a look at yesterday, up in the Hinirua mountain ranges. And about 18 months ago, my husband was still driving a bulldozer and running a full team of dogs, and his hip went, so he could hardly even walk. So we decided that we couldn't do that anymore. And this block of land came up on the market. It was part of the original Springhill purchase, going right back to the original pioneers. It was part of a 70,000 acre property, which I would imagine was probably all of that land on that side of the road. And over the years, it's been progressively sold as smaller farming properties, etc. So we bought that property and we were going to run it concurrently, together with our own property. That was going to be the fattening lamb part and our farm was the breeding part. So when my husband's health just packed up very quickly, we thought, well, we'll have to put a manager on it and we won't be able to do it anymore. So I came in to see council one day and I said, what can we do with that land down there? You know, what under the district plan, what are we allowed to do with it? And they said, well, you can subdivide it. So that was a couple of meetings later. I thought, well, maybe a good long-term plan for that land may be to subdivide it. And the second part of the equation came in when our daughter returned from Australia and she thought, well, mum and dad are living down here. I'd quite like to live down here. She made 3 visits to Hawke's Bay. This is going back 2 years. She could find 2 pieces of bare land in the whole of Hawke's Bay for sale, 2. There was one in a very bad area and one in Havelock North, and that was $1 million. for a bare piece, a small acreage, like 3 acres or 2 acres or something, $1 million. There was nothing available in the whole of Hawke's Bay and central Hawke's Bay that she could buy to build the house on. We started looking around. We looked at Tikakino, nothing, not one section for sale. We looked at Onga just down the road, not one for sale. We went and asked local landowners like the Butler family. They own huge tracts of land around Tikakino. We asked them if they would consider selling some. No. We went practically door knocking at Onga, nothing. So we thought, well, there is obviously a need. Then over the years, we've met a few local people at the hotel and stock agent companies and places like that. And we started saying, you know, where do people build around here? And they said, you tell us, there's nothing. Recently there was a new subdivision developed at Waipakarau. The council would know how many lots was that? The one that was sold to Kaingaora.
So whereabouts are you referring to?
Waipakarau, the little subdivision that was recently sold.
I think there's 12 and 8, potentially there's 2 different sites.
So I asked around and somebody said to me, oh, well, they've developed a 12-lot subdivision at Waipakarau, but Kaingaora bought the whole lot. There has been very little consent for development in the central Hawke's Bay for years. The odd farm has taken 1 lot or 2 lots, but we've even heard that in the majority of those cases, they do actually get granted consent, but a lot of those lots, those consents are never actually developed. The farmer decides he doesn't want to have a stranger on his front gate and things like that. So it's, as well as that, I think the whole central Hawke's Bay and the whole of Hawke's Bay has been caught by the emptying out to some degree of the big cities. People have had enough of the traffic congestion. They've had enough. Their children will never be able to afford $1.5 million house, which is now the case in Auckland. You know, their children can't afford, nurses, teachers can't afford to live there. It's too expensive. So there's been a big emptying out in the cities, and it's rippled all over New Zealand. And places like Hawke's Bay are particularly limited because of their highly intensive agriculture land. And I hear that it's very, very hard to subdivide anywhere around Napier and Hastings now because of the orchard status and things like that. The rules have become so tight. So it's almost getting impossible for the average working couple or family to buy anywhere in the country. It's the amount of land made available, or particularly under the proposed district plan, it's going to mean that people are virtually tied to living in the cities, but we've got townships here that have got no sections available at all either. So it's a sad situation that people that want to live in small towns, they want to live in the country, they want their children to have a rural upbringing, they can't do it because there's nothing, either it hasn't been permitted or it hasn't, I don't know why it hasn't, but the district plan allows for it. So we thought, well, if the district plan allows for it, we should be able to put a plan forward and have it accepted. There's a need for it now. There's Mr. Apple, just one of our neighbours who didn't submit, is 650 hectares. That's huge. That's an international company with some New Zealand shareholding, but they are developing this massive horticulture. It's already started. They're pouring mega millions into it, into apples, winery, berries, all sorts of things. Where are those people going to live? Where are they going to travel from? When we were doing up a cottage in our farm, every single tradesman, one, drove daily to walk to do the jobs on our farm. So they're travelling, and the biggest plumber in Waipakarau, most of his staff travels daily to work at Isaac's in Waipawa. They travel from Hastings and Napier daily. People, huge numbers of people that are working in these areas are travelling daily. Why should they travel daily? Because there's no housing available here. And we saw that the need was there. People were saying in farmlands and in the supermarket, oh, you know, one day we went to, and I went to a hens party in Te Kikino, and there were 3 women there for split up marriages. And they said, you know, we are out of the housing market. We can't buy anything. One of them was a teacher, and she had to travel daily from Hastings. And she said, I can't buy anything here. Waipakarau was thought to be affordable, as was Waipawa. So these areas were thought of being affordable, and now they're gradually not becoming unaffordable. These blocks that we're creating should be less than half the price of what they're getting, what they're asking for land in Havelock North. They are selling very small lifestyle blocks dotted around Havelock North for in excess of $1 million and more, up to 1.5. The same size as on that board. That there's also another subdivision being created in Napier, same price. So why would council ever think of trying to thwart an opportunity for people that can hardly buy a section in Waipakarau because they aren't there? And if the proposed district plan in its current form goes through, it's going to be extremely hard to buy any rural lifestyle blocks in the whole of central Hawke's Bay. So it seems to me that it's definitely meeting a need. And they'll be a lot more affordable than anything around the Napier, Hastings, Havelock North area, because the land here, we've purchased the land at a much lower price than equivalent quality land has been, and the land is not highly productive. It has a low yield because it's shingly type land, and it's not suitable for cropping. So it's virtually grazing land. So it's not like we're taking land out of kiwi fruit production or apple production. I suppose it might grow apples, but as far as the quality of the land goes, that particular piece of land, it's about 50% yield. Other highly productive lands in the area. So it's not like we're grabbing this wonderful, highly productive land and for an undesirable use. I can't see any sense in restricting a time limit, because when you look at that plan, people think it's residential lots, but it's not. The blocks are big. They go up to 1.5 hectares. Now, in Gisborne, if we'd been given 5 years, we would have been out the door and there would have been no development. This is a very big project, and we are absolutely committed to doing it. I mean, if we could do stage 1, each stage takes a lot of work because the distances are big. You know, there's a lot of roading in there. There's a lot of electrical installations and things because people need power and telephones and things. We'd have to take all that land out of production to do it. And going by, I mean, we're not Havelock North, we're not Auckland. It's not going to sell in 5 minutes because population base is lower, but the number of people working on the local farms is increasing week by week with the intensification of farming here. So it is going to provide much needed housing, whether it's in Waipawa or where our land is, it's going to provide much needed housing. Now, why thwart that? There's no advantage, in my opinion. We're absolutely committed to finishing that. We've done 2 subdivisions to date, and they're both exemplary. They're beautiful environments to live. We've got plans to plant deciduous and native trees on the property, which we've already started. We're going to make this one of the most beautiful environments, that rural environments that you would ever hope to see. But putting a restrictive time limit, I really can't see. The housing crisis is not going away. There's 27,000 people on the waiting list for state housing or emergency housing now. There's so many young people that prices have been going up so much through delays in getting affordable land on the market. If the councils hadn't been, if the policies hadn't been so punitive for many, many years, there would have been, planning would have allowed more land to come on stream when it was needed instead of tying it up for years, and people would have had affordable land to build on. The government should have made a lot more money available for government housing and all those. The housing crisis in New Zealand, to a certain extent, the blame has to fall on council and government policies, and restrictive policies like thwarting a time limit on a subdivision. It's only exacerbating this crisis. There was no need. There's nothing to be gained by it. I mean, if we could sell 312 lots in the next 5 years, we'd be joyous. It's not going to happen. We'd be joyous if we could sell it in 10 or 15 years, but that's possibly not going to happen either, because it's Central Hawke's Bay. It's not Auckland, it's not Havelock, it's Central Hawke's Bay. But people will move here. Since we've had a lot of very positive feedback, council only hears the negative feedback, but we have had tremendous positive feedback. We've got a list of people that have said, please contact us. Could we put our name down for one now? The need is there, but it's not going to happen overnight, like in Gisborne, the subdivision of Wainui Beach. We were starting stage three, and the global financial crisis hit. We did not have one offer for a section in 7 years, not one offer. A recession might be around the corner. What's that going to do? We're going to spend all this effort employing all these experts and getting everything pulled together at great cost. What happens if a recession happens for 5 or 7 years now? Bye, everything we've done's out the window. And that further exacerbates the housing crisis. You know, we are trying to meet a need, and we think we're proposing a very good solution to partially meet that need.
Thank you, Ms. Arms. I think you've actually expressed a lot of very, very good concerns there and a good background for why you're doing. Are you willing to answer some questions from the commissioners?
If I can.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that might be appropriate.
Just one from me, please. You mentioned a neighbour who didn't submit, who's doing some more intensive horticulture development and the like. Would you be able to show us where that property is on?
Yeah, I haven't bought my glasses.
Yes,
That's the highway there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. I think it's here, isn't it, Jason? Is this? Oh, no, that's our driveway there.
Yeah.
No, all of this land here. Yes. This is Kate Bell's place here. Can you see that?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
This is Clive Elder's place. I believe his son, I don't think it's his son's property, but his son, they used to have a pig farm and they closed it down 12 years ago, but they just run a few sheep, and Miss Bell runs half a dozen cattle. I think there's another couple of small livestock boxes here, but all of this land here going right back up Wakarara Road, right back, I think it's 650 hectares. That's owned by, what do they call it? What's the name of it? Creighton, is it? Or
Sorry, I don't know.
it's owned by a company that's predominantly overseas, but it does have New Zealand shareholding, and they have started to develop from the other end. All of this land here And all of this land here going right up Wakarara Road was owned by Lindsay Pine. He's the P from PGG Guinness, Rights and PGG. And he owned all this land, and he sold a big swathe on the right-hand side of Wakarara Road to this horticulture company, and it's very intensive. They've spent mega millions already covering their apples and planting millions of apple trees, and they're progressively coming down and will meet our back boundary, which is all along here. So that's that. And Lindsay Pine still owns all the land on this side, and they didn't submit either. So the largest, probably the people that would be most affected by our application you could say would be the biggest landowners, but they didn't submit.
And would those, do you know, you may not know, but would those soils be similar to what's within the subject site?
Sorry.
Particularly different, the soils within those, that large swath that you're talking about?
The reason they do quite intensive cropping here. Well, no, not intensive. They don't, they grow some barley there, but it's predominantly grazed. But I think we were told, because we don't know anything about cropping at all, and we asked various people around the district, and they said, don't bother cropping it because the yields are about 50%. It's very light. I guess there was a big river, or there's a river there, and it washes a lot of the topsoil off. And it's because they did 40 sample holes on the property with a digger, and all they found was a pile of rocks. Each hole had a big pile of rocks like that. So it's very rocky and river shingle. So it might be good for growing irrigated apples or something like that, but there's no water right on it either. So.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Almers, did you, just in terms of the timing of your application and the fact that Central Hawke's Bay District Council was preparing a new plan, did you consider seeking a rezoning of the site to allow for potentially more intensive residential development?
No, that's not what we wanted.
Okay, you were particularly looking at lifestyle size.
Yes, we weren't looking at anything quite as big as that. At all, because I can't remember the officer's name I spoke to when I came into council, but she just said, I think that a lifestyle development would go really well in this area because it got us thinking, and I went home and told my husband. We had been, because of our daughter's experience and speaking to other people, we thought, well, there is obviously a need, and with all of these huge intensive orchards being developed in our very area, I mean, Mr. Apple's across the road and that massive one up the road, and there's more to come, we sort of thought, well, where are all those people going to live? You know, there's no sections available in Waipak, and where are they all going to live? So it's just, if it works, and we're hoping it does progressively, a lot of those people probably work in the country or choose to work in the orchards because they like working in the outdoors. And if I don't think it's going to cost any more, and it'll probably be a lot less, they will be able to buy a lifestyle block in that development for possibly less than they would buy a 400-metre section in Waipak, or they would be probably paying 50% more to buy a 400-metre section in Hastings. So it just seemed to me that we could provide something that the people who worked in this area could probably afford. And that's why I just can't for the life of me understand, when it complies with the district plan, why council would want to thwart the success of it. I just can't think of one reason why they would want, when it's allowable under the plan, why they would want to try and prevent it. But anyway, that's for you to decide.
Thomas, can I just ask you, I mean, you're obviously a community person. What sort of community do you think those people would have? Just thinking in terms of that subdivision.
Well,
They're a distance away from the other two.
No, well,
Can you just?
yes, I could answer that. I don't know whether I should answer it honestly, but I will. One of the council officers said to me that there'd been concern from some people in Onga Onga that it would take something away from their communities. And I didn't understand that. I thought, how could, even if you look at the first stage, how could 20 or 40 or 100, how could 100 new dwellings or new families moving into the area take something away from Onga Onga? Onga Onga has one petrol bowser, a small cafe, and a garage that fixes our cars and most people's vehicles in the area. There's nothing there.
Is there a school? Is there a school at all?
Oh, yes, there's a school, but there's no businesses there. There's no pub in Onga now. No. Seko, on the other hand, Keno has a marvellous pub, which we used to periodically travel down and have dinner and enjoy. And we met most of the people we know in this area there. So apart from the hotel and those two small businesses, there is community. There is a good sense of community in both of those places. The people are lovely. They generally work in the orchards surrounding retired people, quite a lot of retired people who've been born there. And they come back later in life. Those sort of people, you know, people that like living in country areas. My wish would be if this is a success, and we hope that it will be, we would like to think that council may consider allowing us, and I'll show you where. There's a main that comes in here. We drove up that yesterday. Well, we would like to think that in time, if this works as we hope it will work and it will be in demand, we would like the opportunity of perhaps council looking at rezoning along both sides of that driveway to allow for some business expansion. And that could be anything from a cafe to a general store to whatever is required from the people living there, because there will be quite a lot of people living there eventually if it goes ahead. And we've got all sorts of things. We've got, we want to develop some reserves there. We even put a little bit of, we put a position in case there was ever another school required there. So we would be very happy if it did develop into a community, into a village type of community, and there's no reason why it shouldn't. And I don't think it would take away from Onga Onga and Tikakino, because they have a very limited amount of land available left there that's not already owned. It's, you know, there's nothing available under the proposed district plan. It's not likely to be either. So I would say in the future that it would possibly be a good idea to, you know, turn it into a little community.
Thank you for that. Well, can I just ask you then, the other sort of elephant in the room in a way is footpaths. Why do you think footpaths are no longer necessary?
Well,
they were originally, I think, in the original.
Well, if we look at, I've spent quite a long time living in the Waikato, and there's hundreds and hundreds of rural subdivisions in the Waikato, and it's not usually done in rural subdivisions because the density of population is not, you know, people aren't living close by, and kids cycle all over the country roads and they play on the grass verges and things like that. There's not really, doesn't seem to be the need. People, the days are pretty much gone when people push their baby to the shop in a pushchair. You know, it just seems to be that life's changed now. People are cycling more, they're running their children to weekend sport and that sort of thing. And I think if you look at the distances, we'd be looking at kilometres of footpaths when the use would probably more than likely be negligible. And even in a lot of residential subdivisions in New Zealand now, a lot of them are using swales on one side of the road and a footpath, one footpath on the other. So footpaths are not seen as essential as they were when, I suppose, pedestrian count was probably higher.
Thank you very much. What have you got?
No, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for listening.
Appreciate
I
you.
know I ramble on, but I thought if I prepare something, it will sound silly. It's better just to give you a general.
Appreciate it very much. You're speaking from the heart. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Kay. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. I was intending on just reading through my brief of evidence. As I tend to do, cutting and snipping as I go through this. I try not to hear you as it might be potentially listening to me.
I'm sure you were going to listen very carefully.
Absolutely.
Everything you say, and I'm sure you will highlight the points that.
Well, the first highlight is that my name is Jason
Yes.
Bevan.
Yes, well, we're happy to accept, that first section.
Thank you.
Obviously your qualifications, experience, and the fact that you have read the expert witnesses note. So perhaps if you start at section 2, perhaps, section of evidence, would that be about right?
That sounds sensible.
Thank you.
The application is supported by an assessment of environmental effects that was prepared by myself, together with and referenced by a suite of specialist reports. The purpose of my evidence is to provide an assessment of planning-related matters relevant to the application, including the relevant assessment framework of the Central Hawke's Bay Operative District Plan. There are no substantive challenges to the information in the specialist reports. However, the respective authors of those reports, as highlighted by Matthew earlier, will be either present at the hearing or be available to answer questions should any questions be raised in the course of the hearing. My evidence is structured to provide a brief description of the application site, a brief description of the proposed scheme, a summary of the technical reports, a brief discussion of the notification process, discussion of the district plan assessment and conclusions, discussion of the NESCS assessment, review of the council's proposed conditions of consent, discussion of the proposed lapse of consent, and a brief conclusion. So the application site, it's extensively described in the assessment of environmental effects. I have unfortunately contributed to the large box that Matthew is carrying around today, submitted with the application, and that description has been largely adopted by the council's 42A report. To avoid duplication, I do not intend on repeating that description, other than confirming that the site comprises 3 adjoining, generally flat land parcels that form a 220.7 pastoral farming site at the junction of State Highway 50 and Wakarara Road, Onga, with the 3 legal descriptions there. With the exception, okay, I'm not aware, well, we can just pause. We had, I think myself and Philip had looked at the infrastructure on the neighbouring property and seen it as a pig farm, as identified there by Ms. Elmers. It is actually no longer in use as a pig farm. 12 years was her suggestion that it has ceased. I note that you have the owner of the property appearing to present his submission, so he can perhaps clarify that.
So which owner is that? Yes, okay. Yes.
Elder?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mhm. Thank you.
So with the exception of the pig farm, I'm not aware of any aspect of the site or surrounding environment that has changed since the assessment of environmental effects was prepared. Details of the proposed development are fully described in the AEE and are confirmed by the Section 42A report. In summary, the application seeks subdivision consent and associated NESCS consent for a relatively straightforward scheme of subdivision to form 312 lots ranging from just over 4,000 square metres up to 1.5 hectares over 16 development stages. An internal road network to be vested in council, including road entrances to the site from State Highway 50 and Wakarara Road, 17 privately jointly owned access lots, associated roadside stormwater drainage network, associated works to State Highway 50 to facilitate the new site entrance from the State Highway and to improve the State Highway 50 Wakarara Road intersection pursuant to agreement with Wakakotahi. The NESCS consent concerns the identification and remediation of areas of soil contamination within the site resulting from historic agricultural practices that I probably would remiss in not adding took place prior to our applicants taking ownership of the property.
Could you just to clarify, thank you for that, that's helpful. When did they take ownership of the property? Somewhat recently, I take it.
It is.
It was November, the year before last.
About 18 months.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
So that the NES relates to the halos around the houses, the farm dumps and the historic yard area of sheep dip and fuel. I know Matthew referred to sheep dips being common, but they're often one of the key sites talked about in all of the contaminated soil literature, and they're very rare that we actually do find them. So we were fortunate in this case that a former landowner was able to point, and he pointed out that it wasn't him, it was prior to him. He said, I believe there's a sheep dip there, it's been filled with concrete, but we did find one of those mythical missing sheep dips. So, I mean, it's great positive really that it is found and will be remediated. Technical reports. The application is supported by a range of specialist technical reporting provided as appendix documents to the AE or submitted to the council through the course of the application assessment. In summary, the technical reporting comprises the detailed site investigation and the draft site remediation action plan prepared by Geosciences Limited. This confirms the presence of soils within the site that have been impacted by historic farm practices that has resulted in elevated residual contaminant concentrations within the soil. The draft site remediation action plan advises of the need for further delineation testing to be undertaken to inform a final remediation strategy, but acknowledges that areas of high contaminant concentration and the former farm dump areas will need to be excavated and exported from the site to an accredited receiving facility. Areas of lower contaminant concentration may be suitable for on-site dilution mixing. The report does not identify any matters that would preclude the effective remediation of the site. Geosciences, for clarification, are a specialist land contamination consultancy staffed by suitably qualified and experienced contaminated land practitioners. The site investigation methodology and reporting has been undertaken in accordance with the applicable technical requirements of the MFE Contaminated Land Management Guidance. The preliminary geotechnical assessment was provided by Initia geotechnical specialists. The reporting has been informed by published geological mapping of the area, supported by on-site investigation in the form of 32 test pits excavated across the site to a depth of between 2.9 to 4 meters and accompanying scalar penetrometer testing. The report describes the subsurface conditions encountered through the investigation and concludes that the risk of, pause so that I can read it correctly, superficial, thank you, Freeman, expression of liquefaction across the site is negligible, and that the site is suited to shallow foundations for house construction, which is perhaps something that we're not seeing so often now, that it's a site that isn't exposed to liquefaction risk. So further lot specific investigation for foundation requirements is recommended at the time of any house construction. Transport assessment, East Cape Consulting. The transport assessment describes the existing road conditions, including previously recorded traffic count information and intersection turning counts that were commissioned for the assessment. The traffic count information shows a maximum of use of 112 vehicles per hour on State Highway 50 in the PM peak against the typical lane capacity of 900 vehicles per hour. Crash data was also reviewed, identifying only one accident in the preceding 5 years within proximity of the site. The report confirms that the traffic generated by the development can be readily accommodated within the surrounding traffic network, and that the proposed roads comply with the district plan requirements. Further work following the transport assessment has agreed the form of the State Highway 50 entrance to the site and the improvements to the State Highway 50 Wakaroa Road and section. That agreement was with Wakakotahi as the direct authority. Engineering Services Master Plan Report prepared by Development Nous Limited. This report provides assessment of stormwater requirements for the development and references the contamination, geotechnical, wastewater and transport reporting undertaken by others to provide an overall summary servicing strategy for the development. The report provides concept level servicing plans, including road cross sections and swale arrangement. Now, our engineer, Mitchell Powell, who's down with COVID. So while we did hope to have him available, he is feeling pretty rough. We are left with the competent support of Carl Carew. Carl's a Director of Development now. He's a surveyor, but has extensive experience in land development engineering and will have overseen most of this reporting. So if we've got any questions that we can think of, definitely preliminary on-site wastewater management site evaluation.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm just step back a moment. The transport assessment by East Cape Consulting.
Yes.
I was trying to get my head around a couple of the comments made there by Mr. Ivers. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. About the footpaths. I know it's a sort of issue that's back there, but obviously he assumed there would be footpaths.
Yes. So
and he also referred to the subdivision as being entirely residential, which was interesting. So I would have asked him if he'd been here. I would have sort of just. But what about footpaths and his recommendation and where you've come from?
Sorry, we can call in George Evers if we need to. If you want to speak with him. As originally submitted, we had footpaths in there.
Yes.
There was revision through discussion. The last point that we had was reviewing Mr. Mackay's report and his justification for footpaths on one side of the road. I thought that that was a reasonable balance, and I'm guessing that that's where George has landed also, that's where we're through discussion. We were talking about where we get to. George was looking at that, and obviously that you're referring to his comments on street lighting, I think.
Yes, the street lighting.
Yeah,
and we assumed it was going to be.
That's probably, well, that was informed through discussion with me as he was preparing that street lighting assessment. We were talking about the purpose of street lighting and whether it's cars have headlights and it's for people essentially, in his view, was getting people, if we've got a footpath, it's great to have people off the road. They're not in conflict with vehicles and they don't need street lights to see people walking on the road. So we reached the compromise in our heads of Philip Mr. Mackay's justification. We hadn't really seen the justification from council's engineers prior to that. We had quizzed it. There'd been back and forth earlier on in discussion, and we had the Stantec engineer provide comments around safety and security, and we asked for a little bit more on that to understand what his concerns on safety and security were.
I guess, Mr. Kay, and it goes back to the question of how you see this subdivision. I mean, is it rural? Is it residential? It's obviously sort of a hybrid, isn't it?
We're jumping forward, but
and yes, we are jumping forward.
No.
Sorry, but that's why that issue keeps coming up, because I think different people have a different view of it, through whichever glasses they've got. And I think, for example, that's the concern I had, that there was sort of a lack of. So at some point, perhaps later on in the evidence, I'd like to sort of have some feeling from you. Is this a large scale development? Is it actually a small township? Is it whatever? But look, just keep going if you like.
Well, I'm happy to pause because it's relevant.
We'll pause anyway. Yes.
I was going to say the scheme plan.
Could we pause now for morning tea? Would that be suitable? I think we all need a cup of tea, and then perhaps if you would just like to think about that, because I do find within and of course it's been going for a while, and there are lots of reports, as you know, we all know. So that different, it just seems to me that if you don't start from the same point of view, you're liable to get different responses. And I think that's what's happened a wee bit. And I'd like to really get yours as a planner as to what it is.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Can we break that?
We certainly can.
And how many minutes do we?
We have. Entirely up to you.
What's reasonable?
15 minutes. Yeah, 15.
What? 15 minutes. Be back here. Thank you.
So bathrooms out here and tea and coffee is coming out the side.
Like that. So it's clear.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
You see it.
So you're under no illusion, everyone.
I don't know what I just said a minute ago. You know,
Just to see if you're going to say something.
there is just. Yeah, so just to, sorry for that pause here. I just said some really important, really sensible, really high value.
You said it was rural character, spacious, rural lifestyle subdivision.
Yes, and that it's you know, when you're passing on State Highway 50, you know, you're not seeing a dense cluster of houses. They will be dispersed across a very, as you've seen yesterday, it's a 220 hectare site. You'll have houses scattered across that with trees, with hedges, with gardens, with fences. Moving through the site, you know, you've got open drains. There aren't curbs. You've got large separation between driveways as a nice indicator of basic density. Yeah, we looked at one of the issues was around how we provide for firefighting water supply, and the advice was, well, you can share tanks, provided, you know, we look at the guidance, provided you're within 90 meters, and you can't do that. You know, sharing tanks doesn't work because you're not going to have out on the road, you can't guarantee that two houses will be within 90 meters. Now, I think that's perhaps quite a nice indication of that distribution across the site. You know, 90 meters spread, and we can't use that as a common water tank because we can't guarantee houses will be within 90 of one another. So
That's hose length, yes?
sorry,
That's hose length?
that's
Distance, I'm assuming?
yeah, their carry distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they whack on their big fire coupling and what they can carry. So thanks, yes, firefighting stuff. So that's why we've gone, as we through the papers there, that's why we've ended up with comply with the firefighting code of practice. I can't remember the number, because, you know, things are spread out and distributed across the site, and hose length wouldn't work. So back to the point of, it's a rural subdivision. It is a rural subdivision. It will appear that way. There'll be distribution, and once it is grown in over the course of 15 years of development, you know, it will have time for those early stages to have had their planting mature and progress, and the site, the early stages, hopefully will be looking good in terms of their planting coming through as the later stages. So you don't have bang 312 lots appearing, which perhaps would be quite stark in that landscape. So that was the answer to that. I guess others, not wanting to speak for others, but when everyone's been looking at it, we have talked to our technical specialists and explaining, everyone knows the lot sizes when they drill into the subdivision, they know the location. I would suggest that, well, we can talk with George Evers, but our discussion has always been with George around it being rural, and it was the progression through Mr. Mackay's report to the recommended condition for a limestone pathway on one side of the road.
Thank you. That explains that for me. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for that.
Trying to loop back
discussion.
there.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sorry.
It's just while we're on character and amenity things. Mrs. Elmer's mentioned an intention to, and using her example of their development in Wainui, around an intention for natives and plantings and whatnot, but am I correct? We don't have any proposal for plantings and we don't have any conditions in that regard. Is that?
That's correct. We would, well, we do expect our applicant to come in with her next level of detail. We haven't got it conditioned. It's outside of council's control, so we haven't gone and offered it. But the Almas have their intention of an attractive entrance as an example of some of their the points that they've been firing around to us of, we want a nice entrance that does state, here you are, you're entering into this community, which obviously builds on the community character. But there will be, we see there's extensive opportunities for planting within the lots. And then it will be boundary planting will be interesting. We will have a layer of that we look at as a developer. It's part of the Almas being able to market and sell their property and providing an attractive environment. They see that as necessary to create the environment that people want to buy in.
Boundary planting will be interesting, did you say?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting where we go, what form that is, and what natives we can get, and where we're putting it, and that's another layer of detail that our landscape architect would get into as a detailed design for the Almas. Certainly, Sandra and Garth have intention for planting. It's how and where that's achieved, and ensuring that it's going and where it can be maintained, where it can be watered and survive there, and where it's not in conflict with, for example, highway requirements.
Thank you. No, that's all for now, thanks.
Questions? Thank you.
Carrying on. So we were up to introducing the preliminary on-site wastewater management site evaluation report that was provided by Freeman Cook Associates. Now, Professor Freeman Cook is next to me and can take questions as required later on, perhaps. This report provides a preliminary review of the climate, landform and soil characteristics of the site and the wastewater treatment and disposal options suitable for the identified conditions and the development. This report was supplemented by further reporting providing more detailed analysis of the treatment and disposal options for permitted activity status domestic wastewater discharges to land as governed by the Hawke's Bay Regional Resource Management Plan and the potential and mitigation of adverse cumulative effects. So just a pause and tangent, a side note on that. The initial report from Mr. Cook, Professor Cook, was sought to ensure that there were no showstopper issues, that domestic on-site wastewater disposal could be readily achieved on the site. That was the level of detail that we would normally submit with a subdivision application to ensure that we could assure ourselves that it can be achieved, as we are aware of some developments that have taken place where it's then subsequently quite an issue, and to provide comfort to council that it can be readily addressed. Section 95 assessment and limited notification of application. The application was subject to limited notification commencing on 03 December 2021 and concluding on 26 January 2022. 7 submissions were received. As we've discussed, we have no objection to the late component of the submission of Leanne and Warren Hutt. We just wanted to fire that into our evidence so that it just tried to smooth that process.
Thank you, that did help.
The notification assessment completed by council's consultant planner concluded that the landowners and occupiers of adjacent land to the site were affected persons pursuant to section 95E of the Act. The defined adjacent properties were identified at figure 4 of the section 95 notification assessment report, and that figure is repeated below in my evidence at figure 1. Figure 4 of the section 42A report provides a map identifying the properties of submitters. This figure is repeated in my evidence at figure 2. I note that the submission of KB Sloan, which is identified in the section 42A report as submission 7, has originated from the property at 646 Waikaroa Road, and that this property was not identified in the section 95 notification assessment report as an adjacent property for the purposes of serving of limited notification. So the council has therefore included this property within the limited notification in error. While it's an unusual situation to assist the commissioners and the submitter and the council, I confirm that the applicant does not object to the inclusion of the submission or to the submitter presenting their objection for the hearing. So similarly, it's raising similar issues as other submissions, and we've got no concern about that being included within the process.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about that one. Perhaps I don't think we actually have the power anyway to change that. I think it's a decision of council, isn't it, as to whom it's notification.
Yeah, so it's an odd situation and we're trying to fudge it here.
Okay.
I think that's the technical term. We don't want to cause complication, and we've got no objection to the submitter's concerns being included. Appreciate, yes, they were not identified as an affected party and they therefore can't make a submission. But in the interests of open process, natural justice, whatever other words we want to throw to it, we're happy if they want to be included. It doesn't. The issues are consistent with the other submitters, and in the context of a controlled activity subdivision, we have no objection.
So can I just clarify? So they were notified in error, or they just heard about it and put in a submission?
Notified in error.
Right, thank you.
Right, so that does go back to the council made that decision, and I don't think we've got the power to.
Oh, it's not an issue. I think the issue, well, the problem was a decision as to who were affected parties was made,
Yeah.
but then they're outside of that, but they've been notified, and that's where the confusion starts.
Okay.
But
But we've got no power to do anything about it,
No,
basically.
no.
Thank you for the legal advice, Mr. Lawson.
we haven't made any issue or taken any issue with it.
Thank you.
Clarification.
I wonder whether Mr. Mackay might like to, can you help us out there, Mr.
Just
Mackay?
clarify that we have the situation
Is that you, with the curveball?
Yeah, no, I'd like to, Madam Chair. Am I able to comment on that tomorrow? I was just trying to quickly look up my notification.
Yes, if you comment tomorrow on that, but I was looking at it from the point of view of, we did the lapse of or rather we did the late submission, and we managed to do that legally at the beginning, and I'm thinking perhaps we should have done something about this, but I don't think we've got the power to do that anyway.
No,
It's just
no,
we'll leave it to you tomorrow.
necessary, well, particularly as the applicant said that they had no issues with that submission, but I'll still clarify whether it was intended.
Thank you, just so we can dot the T's. No, not dot the T's, dot the I's and cross the T's.
While we're there, can you welcome me,
Right,
right?
Eileen.
Dotted the T's, that's
The
been
property that we're, it's this one out in the corner. Big map.
On figure 2 of my report, it's the one labelled number 7.
red.
Sorry, I've got a black and white copy.
Yeah, number 1.
So whilst that property, and I appreciate that we'll hear from Mr. Mackay on this in terms of his notification report, but whilst that property might not be directly adjacent, it does have clear line of sight to the subject property, correct?
Yeah, they're in proximity. It's that they weren't identified in the 95 report as being one of those adjacent properties to be served notice, and that they were then served notice. And as I say, we get to do it. If there's a process there that needs to go through, we're trying to cooperate as best we can.
Thank you. You'd like to in the same way and help us out, that would be great.
Okay. Returning, I agree with the summary of submissions provided by the Council's Section 42A report and the associated conclusions regarding applicability of the submissions to the refusal of the application and conditions. Plan assessment. The site is within the rural zone of the Central Hawke's Bay Operative District Plan. The AEE provided a full assessment of the subdivision against the district plan rules and performance standards. The assessment concluded that, in complying with all of the specified subdivision performance standards, the subdivision was classified as a controlled activity. A similar assessment has been completed within the Section 42A report that also reaches the conclusion that the subdivision is classified as a controlled activity. And as we've heard already, the determination of a controlled activity is governed by the provisions of Section 104A of the Act, which I don't need to repeat for us. As a subdivision is classified as a controlled activity by the district plan, the application must be approved in accordance with the requirements of Section 104A of the Act. The consent authority's discretion is limited to the imposition of conditions. Section 42A report is also clear on this position. NESCS assessment. The development is subject to the investigation, reporting and consent requirements of the Resource Management National Environmental Standard for Assessing and Managing Contaminants in Soil to Protect Human Health Regulations 2011, commonly known as the NESCS. The effects of previous agricultural practices on the site have resulted in elevated contaminant concentration within the soils of identified areas of the site, resulting in a detailed site investigation. The remediation of these areas is classified as a restricted discretionary activity, with assessment matters relating to the adequacy of investigation, reporting and remediation. Given the discrete nature of the NESCS consent matter in relation to the wider subdivision, it has not been bundled with the subdivision consent. Proposed conditions of consent. The objectives, policies and assessment criteria of the district plan have been considered by the reporting planner for the council in formulating a set of proposed resource consent conditions. I've reviewed the proposed conditions of consent and I agree with the condition wording and supporting rationale, with the exception of condition 33. Conditions otherwise appear practical from an implementation perspective. Condition 33 relates to street lighting and imposes a requirement to install street lighting throughout the development roads rather than just to the road intersections as proposed by the application. Condition 33 states the full detailed roading design required by condition 22 above must incorporate street lighting design of the proposed internal road network, sufficient to ensure the safety of road intersections and the wider street network within the subdivision. I'm concerned that if street lighting were installed throughout the development, it would lead to a suburban appearance within the development and create a suburban glow to the area at night, including when viewed by passing traffic on State Highway 50. The appended supplementary statement from Mr. George Evers of East Cape Consulting provides his view that street lighting beyond the illumination of intersections is not necessary for road safety within the development, particularly as footpaths will be provided to remove pedestrians from the traffic lane. On the basis of the specific advice from Mr. Evers, the condition should be amended through the removal of the words "and the wider street network" from the condition. The error of condition 4 of the Kotahi set has been corrected by Waka Kotahi as confirmed in the attached letter. The wording of condition 4 is changed the sequence. It was a minor error. They had used an old word that they had then perhaps been spell corrected. So now it proceeds as it should. Proposed lapse of consent. The recommendation for approval of the consent is accompanied by a recommendation for a refusal of the proposed 15-year lapse of consent that was sought to provide suitable time for implementation of the 16 stages of the subdivision. Section 42A report referenced the 8 years implementation limit achievable through the combination of Section 223 and 224 certification. Considering this sufficiently reasonable to enable construction certification and issuing of titles for the 312 lots. The reluctance to provide any additional time beyond the standard of Section 125 of the Act is identified as being due to the progression of the proposed replacement district plan and the resistance to such development in that proposed plan. The application is a scheme of reasonable scale that has been consented under the current district plan rules. While the directional change of the proposed replacement district plan is understood and appreciated, I do not believe that it's reasonable to limit the consent and the practicality of the implementation on the basis of the provision of that replacement plan and in advance of that replacement district plan progressing through hearings to decisions. The applicant has dedicated significant resources to the resource consent and has not undertaken this costly exercise to then land bank the approval. Consent will be implemented and there will be no ambiguity for third parties as to the status of the land or development. The additional time is sought in relation to the reasonable detailed design and development of 16 stages of the subdivision and the formation and release of 312 lots, which I expect we'll have some questions on in a minute. Conclusion. Resource consent pursuant to Section 88 of the Act is sought from Central Hawke's Bay District Council with subdivision of the site within the rural zone to form 312 lots and for site remediation. The subdivision complies with the district plan performance standards and is classified as a controlled activity. The consent authority is obliged to approve the consent in accordance with the direction of Section 104A. The NESCS consent is classified as a restricted discretionary activity and does not raise difficult remediation matters. The Council's reporting officer has prepared a set of conditions and, subject to the comments on conditions made above, I agree that these are reasonable in terms of justification and practical implementation. The recommendation includes refusal of the proposed 15-year lapse date that was sought to provide for reasonable implementation of the 16 stages of the subdivision. This refusal recommendation is based on the provisions of the proposed replacement district plan. in my opinion, that it's not a reasonable rationale for limiting the consenting of a development under the provisions of the currently operative district plan.
Thank you, Mr. Kay. I'll just ask a question. I'm sure as a planner, you've thought about this one. How many people would we expect eventually if this went the 312 sections?
I have a family unit of 3. My colleague Carl has a family unit of 5 and 2 dogs. I'm guessing 4, 5 per home. It depends where we go with homes, to be fair, in coming years with intergenerational families, which we're starting to consider more in-house design. So if you're saying 4 or 5 by 300 is 12 to 1,500 people, as it grows over 15 years.
So I guess supplementary to that, you're familiar with the 4 or 5 sort of townships in Central Hawke's Bay. Is any of them as big as that?
They don't appear as the immediate locals of Onga Onga and Tikakino obviously don't appear, or Tekapo to the south, don't appear as consolidated an area as this, although we're still looking at a township of suburban sections versus this community of rural lots. So in terms of population, it's probably going to be larger, but it's spread across a 220 hectares of larger land with different demands on arising from that lot pattern. You've with 4,000, 8,000 square meters, you're doing a lot more on your own property than you are on a 800 or 1,000 square meter property. Just in terms of how you interact with the surrounding area, you're perhaps a little more self-sustained on your own property, in demand for immediate services.
I mean, I think Takapo is probably the largest of those communities, isn't it?
Yeah, and to be fair,
Otani, yeah.
well,
Otani now.
Otani's growing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as you say, the rural area outside of that actually also contributes to that.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting when we're, I know favourite pastime of Matthew's, but talking about the Tikakino pub there, and the Elmers travelling down from where they were in the hills, and I've stopped in there on a Friday night with friends to have a glass of lemonade, and it's that wider catchment that so Tikakino is not the couple of houses around there. It is the Tikakino pub is supporting that much wider community area as a rural hub service almost.
Okay, thank you. Question?
Jason, you made a passing reference to intergenerational housing. So would the proposed plan, I guess it would be by the time the new operative one, by the time these buildings are the subdivisions developed, would they provide for additional buildings for residential use on the site? What we used to call granny flats. I don't know what they're called anymore, but no, I don't think
Age discrimination.
Well, I'm a granny, so I can say what I like, but
My mother's a grandmother. She just hasn't got accustomed to that. It's been 4 years. She still can't accept that. Despite loving her granddaughter. I was thinking more around just houses with additional bedrooms.
Right.
An additional bed rather than a supplementary unit, as we've seen those as either standalone supplementaries adjacent to the main house or incorporated into the envelope of the main house as a little kitchenette with bedroom and bathroom as a minor attached dwelling. But I'm thinking more around the current just additional bedroom also to accommodate if you're like my parents accommodating their children, or if perhaps me in years to come accommodating my parents, not necessarily as a standard supplementary additional.
Thank you. And my other question was really going back to this condition around street lighting. So Mr. Evers had talked in his report about not just road intersections, but about cul-de-sac heads, about low radius curves, and where footpaths cross the road. If the condition was to remove and the wider street network, as you're seeking, you'd really just then be looking at those intersections, and you'd be not including those other things that he's talked about.
Thanks for that detailed review of that. It's what I was thinking as I was passing through it, and I thought we'll be coming back to this. I was reading through George's points on there, and it is a better refinement required of that condition. Perhaps we could offer some words around that, perhaps in discussion with Mr. McQuay even. I note that was invited. The additional work was invited by the 42A report to provide further analysis of the requirements for that. And George, Mr. Evers has run through that, as you say, with those points. It's not a full extensive suburban lighting scheme, which is what we really want to avoid.
Yeah, and I don't sort of in my mind imagine it being like that either, particularly when you describe the very, the large lot size, the very rural feel, amenity of the subdivision. But it is around safety.
Yeah.
People safety.
There's a dairy shed south of Orangi, which when you go past there at night, it's glowing. A few of us have noted it, and I was talking with a friend, a colleague at the time, of just you see that glow, urban glow in the rural area, and it's incongruous, and we that's what we all don't want to see. That even with low lighting, it's habitat for birds. They don't want to see it, and night sky.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kay. I have a few questions. A quick one that may be for Mr. Mackay to provide clarification, if you don't know off the top of your head. In the district plan, do we have, and forgive me, it may be within the documents we have in front of us, do we have a restriction on the number of dwellings that can legally be established on a single title?
In the zone that we are moving to, when it goes to rural production zone, because they will be below 12 hectare lots, they will be allowed one home. Sorry, I'm looking over at Robin here. We're seeing if she nods anything in my direction. And between now and that plan, I'm not sure what the allowance for a second house is. I'm sorry.
I can provide clarification on that. Under the current or under the operative district plan, any properties regardless of zone, have the ability to put on a secondary dwelling currently. There's no limitation on size. In the proposed district plan, it will depend on the zone. And so John is just actually trying to find some clarification on that now. My understanding is secondary dwelling will be available, but can have limitations on size.
Thank you.
Thinking 100 square meters is the number that I'm.
That's the proposal currently, but I think there are some rules around what you're referring to. I think is just subdivision rules. It's different to secondary dwellings.
Sorry, I was talking about second principal dwelling on a property, not a secondary dwelling. So under the rural production zone, or it might be the rural zone, I've got the rules here, you have rights to a second main house, not a supplementary. So principal house, and a supplementary, I guess, if you're over a threshold size, which we certainly won't be. But as a supplementary, I can.
Well, we can get some clarification.
If Ms. Green can provide that through tomorrow, that would be wonderful.
Certainly, as it stands on the option secondary dwelling.
Going back up more broadly now, Mr. Kay, can you? I guess I'm interested to hear a little bit around how we heard a little bit from Mrs. Elmers, but in terms of how the subdivision design was come to and the lot size and configuration, was it how many lots can we fit in here that are compliant and maximizing that? And was there consideration for other configurations and maybe mixed, just as an example, mixed sizes where you have some smaller, the 4,000 ones with much bigger 3 hectare type lots, or could you walk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, so our surveyors are, I guess their start point is 220 divided by 4. tell you what theoretically you could get, which is probably around 500 lots in there. And that's not a form of development that was sought by the applicant. They were trying to maximise what they could under as a controlled activity subdivision. They were trying to create a good quality development within a mix of lot sizes. We range from, as I've said, 4,010 up to 1.5 hectares. There is I'm just going to try and work out the bell curve, which Freeman probably has done. Professor Freeman's probably done a bell curve to tell us about the lot sizes. Yeah, there's a lot between 6,000 and 8,000 square meters. I was looking at the distribution of this last week. And that's right, 25 of them over a hectare. There's a lot of them that are approaching that hectare size. So, that is reflective of the Elmers not wanting to maximise the development in terms of a subdivision lot yield. They aren't looking at it on that basis. They are looking at it on what works for the site, what's a reasonably good form of development, what gives a bit of variety, what gives people an opportunity to have a more lifestyle lot size lot at 4,000 square meters versus something that they can perhaps have a little bit more use of with a horse and whatever other motorbike maybe. Those sort of rural additions to your lifestyle. So yeah, it is definitely not a put the cookie cutter over it and pull everything out at 4,000. We'd have, say, 500 lots at that point. That's taking into consideration some area for roads. Carl's probably doing something in his head at the moment as a surveyor. Yeah, we've certainly avoided that approach.
Thank you. Following on from Commissioner Lambert's question around if I think it was to Mrs. Elmers, whether a rezone or a plan change was considered. Was there any consideration in the development of the proposal of municipal services and centralized services? And I'll be asking you, Professor Cook, around this in terms of wastewater. Was there any, did you look at that at all? Or was it always the intention for on-site servicing?
It's on-site servicing because it's rural, they're rural lots. We don't have that density for, I'm probably speaking out of turn, I'm not an engineer, but we don't have the density for servicing in terms of a centralized water. Or when it comes to wastewater, if we put on a central system, one, we really don't need to. Two, if you have a central system, you're concentrating your discharge. You're also inviting a greater consequence if that system goes down versus half a dozen individual systems going down or the one system going down. And also, as no doubt Professor Cook can explain, we would be commissioning a 312 lot wastewater system at on day one for 10 houses, and that would starve off the system. The peak and trough loading is something that kills the wastewater system. So again, something that I really am speaking beyond my expertise, other than what I've read on the OSET trials. But yeah, we would struggle to run a centralized wastewater system from the outset, and it's probably not necessary given the ability of the site to accommodate it.
Thank you. And a few planning questions, and then I've got a couple quite detailed ones around bores and diversion of the stream. Am I correct? I think from Mr. Mackay in the section 42A, we have some commentary on the regional plan. Am I correct, though, that the application, we don't have an assessment from you of regional plan provisions, including the Tuki plan that applies over the site from a regional perspective? We don't have that assessment from you, is that correct?
No, that's correct.
And was that, feel free to jump in, Mr. Lawson, if you feel necessary, was that on the basis that it's a controlled activity and that will be accepted and that's that, and therefore we don't have to have consideration of it, of those wider matters?
Largely, it's controlled activity subdivision is how we've started from, and we've progressed from there. We've talked around with back and forth with council around the wider regional council position for the stream bridges and diversion. And a lot of that would be as a permitted activity, but for the catchment size. So I think there's a allowance of to undertake certain works if you're below a 50 hectare catchment. And we, because of that flat ground, we've done some contour mapping outwards, and we can't confidently say that we're below a 50 hectare catchment for that. So we end up with resource consenting requirements down with regional council.
And in that vein, so we don't have before us, and I assume the same reasoning potentially applies. We don't have an assessment from you with regard to, or perhaps it was taken into account in the development of the proposal, but not recorded in terms of looking at Te Mana o Te Wai and how that applies, particularly in terms of the wastewater aspects, stormwater aspects, and drinking water aspects.
No, we've taken it as largely as a controlled activity subdivision.
I can perhaps expand on that. In terms of the drinking water standards, the proposed discharges, and we're getting into the sort of the jurisdiction of the regional council, obviously, but proposed discharges don't have the effect of taking any of the water bodies below drinking water standards, and that's recorded in the Stantec PDP wastewater peer review, and not being critical of the regional council, but their implementation of Te Mana o Te Wai in terms of their planning framework hasn't really reached the point where there's great guidance in their regional planning framework as to how that's to be addressed. But so it is left to the individual or consideration of the individual discharges, and we go back to the findings that it doesn't have an effect on drinking water standards and Te Mana o Te Wai.
We unpack that a little, please. So are you saying that are you saying that consideration of Te Mana o Te Wai and the lack of the regional planning freshwater process being undertaken yet means that we just look at whether we're effect on drinking water standards?
No, what I'm saying is that that's the process that, or that's a process to be gone through in the regional planning framework, and as it stands, the various discharges are permitted, and I suppose taking from that is that in the work that's been done on Te Mana o Te Wai by the regional council to date hasn't seen a change in that status of discharge activity in the regional planning framework. So whether that's because they haven't got around to it, or whether that's more because it's not seen as being pressing, and it will be picked up at the time of assessment for by the regional council. But in that regard, we're currently in the process of applying for certificates of compliance for discharges as a sample to for each of the lots, and those are being processed, and issues of Te Mana o Te Wai haven't been raised.
Perhaps I'll reframe as a planning question. So in your view, Mr. Kay, is Te Mana o Te Wai as set out in the MPSFM 20 not relevant to the consideration of this proposal whatsoever?
Not for the subdivision. And then the wastewater discharges, we're confident are permitted activities under the regional plan. That said, we have gone through and offered UV disinfectant and subsurface drip, meaning that you're thereby going to a secondary system to which obviously Dr. Cook can talk to, Professor Cook. But with if you're going to a subsurface drip, you're having to go to a better processing system, so you're not clogging up your drippers. So we are improving through those offered conditions. We are steps to improve that discharge. If we were looking at the straight allowances, permitted activity allowance of the regional plan, we wouldn't have had to incorporate those into the systems. So we have gone to try and make it as palatable for the community as we can.
And last one on planning things, and then just a couple of details. During the development of the proposal, was there any consultation with Tangata Whenua? Or was I see that I know that the Heretaunga Tamatea Settlement Trust was notified, but was there any consultation pre-lodgement or?
There wasn't. There wasn't. No.
I'll start with the diversion of the stream because we're there. So are you applying, Mr. Lawson just referred to some preliminary consents being applied for, I think. Does that include, I'm just curious what the status of the diversion of the stream application is. Has that been applied for? Will that be at some later date based on staging or?
That hasn't been applied for yet.
Okay.
So we will start through once detailed design is done. So with benefit of a consent, we would then have the detailed engineering design and the detailed design for that diversion completed, at which point we'd then apply to regional council for that.
And does that need to occur in order to begin, like in terms of stage one? Is that a later?
No.
That's a later date.
That's down stage 16, I think, is it?
Stage 5.
Stage 5. Oh, sorry, stage 5. So we're stage 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5 over there. So this gives an opportunity to stages 1 and 2 give an opportunity to get a good start on before stage 3, which requires the bridging of the existing stream. And then stage 4 are the road frontage lots, which are very straightforward, as you'd imagine. And stage 5 is in there with that diversion.
Okay, and so there's in terms of conditions around natural hazards and stormwater management, those can all be met in those stages without the diversion of that consent, that stream.
The diversion is simply to make that pathway more straightforward through there. So that's an existing meandering route through there. Sorry, it's very difficult.
We saw it yesterday. So
Yes, we were there. Yes,
So
absolutely.
you've got, it's meandering its way through there, and it is to manage that into more direct route across to the main stream channel and put in culverts for the crossings. We started out on that, leaving it as it was, but it was obviously much better to realign it.
And there's no, just while we're thinking about the stream, as Commissioner Lambert said, we did visit yesterday. So ephemeral, but obviously a fair bit of water goes through that stream when it is flowing. Do we have and again, we may have it in front of us. Do we know how often that's actually flowing and how ephemeral it actually is?
No, it flows. Was it flowing yesterday? Was it wet yesterday? No. I've managed to see it once with water in it in the course of the last year, traveling back and forth through there. It's when you're standing underneath the highway bridge, you can see that as it goes into the next property, it rises. So it's probably ponding underneath under the bridge and soaking away under there. More than actually flowing offwards and onwards. Perhaps getting towards engineering discussion of their stormwater and wider understanding. But yeah, when I was trying to work out how the water was flowing uphill, so obviously it will pond up a bit, but it can't be ponding too much higher, otherwise the highway bridge would be in jeopardy. So it carries carries water when it rains. And fortunately, there's a photo in the Section 42A report of the stream with water.
And there's no riparian plantings or anything like this to help give effect to Te Manati Wai in that regard?
There is, sorry, there's nothing there now. It is very much as you'd see on many farms throughout Hawke's Bay. We have not offered conditions around that planting. I guess the difficulty with planting is how you water and maintain that planting until it's established. If it's in private lots, as it is in private lots. Yeah, there was this. We've discussed and thought around the same things around creating that environment through there, but we've stepped back because it is, for most of the time that we've seen it, is dry and it's a gravel bed.
Fencing though, required or not in terms of the properties that it abuts? Will that waterway be fenced, or are we leaving that to other provisions?
As it is now,
Yeah, I'd be leaving
as a
that to
rural
NES.
residential, I don't think it would. It would be.
Yeah, not well. If you're putting stock on your property that you need to exclude.
The numbers that you'd get on 4 hectares
Yeah.
wouldn't trigger the need for fencing either.
Yeah.
Thank you. Drinking water, Mr. Kay. Was it so when the proposal was originally lodged, it was not to include water tanks for drinking water. Sorry, I've shifted gears entirely, moved from the stream now to drinking water. Was it envisaged that everyone would have their own bores originally, but then, or was it always envisaged that water tanks was the?
Sorry, I'll wait till you finish talking
That's
before I
right,
start
go
jumping in. Apologies. No, we always envisaged that would be water tanks. That's our experience throughout Hawke's Bay. We're involved in a great number of development of this nature as well, and it's predominantly water tanks. We had a number was around 80 to 100 grand for a water bore on someone's property recently, and that was without guarantee.
Yeah.
So we've always envisaged that it would be water tanks. The discussion prompted with council. We weren't going to commit to no bores, but we certainly envisage it to be water tanks.
Two per property, or how many?
Probably three. You think about a firefighting tank as well. And then it's probably capturing as much water as you can in summer there. Having the Otani service come and fill it up.
You said you weren't going to agree to no bores. Is there a reason? It does seem to me that having a condition around not, that water supply will be from tanks and only tanks and no bores would do away with some other issues. Particularly the modeling that Professor Cook is talking about in terms of wastewater plumes, and that would be necessary to understand that interaction and those issues that have been raised by Paddle Delamore partners and their reps. Is there a reason that that's not being agreed to in terms of?
Nothing other than retaining flexibility for the occasional incidents where people do want to bore. There's nothing untoward in our motives. It's simply about retaining versatility for future occupiers.
Now you have a comment, and I don't believe, and I'm sorry, I can't find, I was just looking for the exact page. I believe it might be in the Section 92 or one of the Section 92 responses. And I don't believe it's made its way into the conditions of consent, but you had some discussion around a condition requiring that bores be efficient in terms of the definition. Now, reading that, and I'm very familiar with that definition, and in fact, that's quite highly debated whether that definition is appropriate and whatnot. And it would seem to me, in terms of the line of reasoning that you've used, that effects on water bodies will be minor or less than minor. It seems to be at odds with that, because the definition of efficiency is actually around provision of, security of supply during dry months, which would inherently have an effect more of an effect on those water bodies. So could you clarify, provide some discussion, clarification around that for me?
Yeah, we were, I think this came from my recollection is that it arose out of council's meeting with the local community. We received a helpful list of points from Robin Burns following that. And that was one of the points on our residents' concern that their existing water supply was in jeopardy. So we looked and tried to investigate, well, what do we do on that? I talked with regional council staff and looked at the regional plan. I think it's actually a requirement for it to be efficient. So we were offering that to try and get it out there, but in actual fact, any new bore would have to be efficient, I think, to maintain a permitted activity status. And I looked to Commissioner Lambert, on the basis that she's familiar with that plan from her previous life. So yeah, it's one of those things of trying to offer something, trying to take a step that we wouldn't be taking from the shallow waters that we were understood that some of the bores were perhaps accessing that. We were trying to go for a deeper well if there was going to be a well go in.
Because it seems like in that regard, it would have potentially, a restriction on taking during dry months would have been the way potentially to address those concerns rather than that definition. This is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I guess if we were preventing a take during dry months and it was for the domestic water supply, we would be not providing the required supply for that house. So
which brings us back to not relying on the bores for
reasonable domestic needs are excluded from the automatically permitted. Yeah.
And I think the efficiency of bores and the definition around that is as much about trying to determine the effects of a new take on existing bores and ensuring that if an existing bore is affected by a new take, then that only needs to be considered if that existing take is efficient. So if it has clogged screens and the like, then that's what's contributing to the inability or reduction in ability to draw water. So it's a double-edged definition. While I'm talking, I have got the proposed plan provisions around supplementary units and number of units within the rural production zone. One residential unit for a site less than 12 hectares, which these all are. You can have an additional one if they're greater than 12 hectares. And one minor residential unit, which is a gross floor area of 100 square metres, excluding garages and verandas, less than 20 square metres. And share the vehicle access with the principal residential unit. It must be located no further than 25 metres from the principal residential unit. So that's that's around the supplementary units.
And that's the proposed plan.
Proposed plan. It mirrors the Hastings district plan provisions.
Mr. Kay, just I presume that you've had discussions with Mr. Lawson about the final paragraphs of his submission, where he talks about, if necessary, the 15 years lapse period, which is what's being sought by the applicant, could be a stage 1 for 5 years, and then stage 2 for 10 years, and then a third stage for 15 years. You've been in discussion about that, I guess, and have you got any comments on it?
Yeah, I commend Mr. Lawson. It's a great approach. I thought it takes away the concern that, perhaps that council had, that we're just going to park this consent. It retains the emphasis on the Almas to get started, and it gives that security that it will start, and if it doesn't proceed in a timely fashion, it will expire. It will lapse. I think it's a nice way of demonstrating Yeah, sorry, Freeman's just whispered in my ear commitment. As I was getting there, it's trying to provide that surety that it will happen, and that if it's not proceeding, it will lapse. I think it's effective. It gives a good amount of stage one work to get done, and then if things are going well, that stage two will be progressing straight along after stage one. But it's a nice structure. I think it works.
Thank you. And the stage one would be talking about stages, different sort of step. What I'm thinking of is the first 5 years is the 1 to 5, and the second would be 6 to 10, and then it would be 10 to 16, which would include the existing farm situation.
11 to 16, would it?
11 to 16.
11 to 16. Sorry.
So that's always been a concern of the Elmers, to ensure that the farm infrastructure, the yards that are there, that they wouldn't be pulled out at the outset. They're still, with their experience from Gisborne, worried about how it will proceed, at what speed, and they would be extremely reluctant to pull it out ahead of good indication of sales. So this provides help, assistance for everyone. I think we can see that if it's not progressing, it lapses, and it gives confidence for the Elmers that they can proceed.
Thank you. Further questions?
Just on the lapse again, sorry. Just for the NESTS lapse date, Mr. Lawson, have you got any examples where there's an extended lapse period, or Mr. K, or a consent of that nature? Because I'll signal now, I've probably got concerns around the appropriateness perhaps of a remedial action plan and whatnot, if that's not, especially if things were to proceed under this proposed chunking of stages, and therefore that work didn't happen till, say, year 14 or year 15 or whenever, that it does seem that may need to be revisited, because what an accredited facility to take that material is may be quite different. So I'm just signaling it that it may be something you could address in your right of reply for us.
Off the top of my head, I can't, but because the remedial earthworks are usually done as part of the sort of the initial stages. I can't think of an example of one that has had an extended time frame, but by the same token, that's because it's made sense to do it at the outset, whereas here it makes sense to do it when those stages come up. So it comes down to practicality rather than principle, I think. And I suppose the question is, if the concern is that the remedial action plan or disposal facility might be different in 10 to 15 years time, then that's probably something that could be addressed by saying, okay, well, it will be done in accordance, substantially in accordance with the proposal, or but submitted for certification at the time, so it gets that timeliness. I'm sort of thinking aloud.
Yeah.
If we could hear from both, I think, applicant and reporting officer in terms of conditions around that, to ensure that there's some kind of check on that, because I don't probably disagree, at a preliminary way around, the NES consents can be packaged, and I understand your point around that if that non-bundling approach weren't to be accepted, you would sever that. But that then to me raises questions around the appropriateness of a 15-year lapse period for that discrete consent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kay.
You should have had there was a request for a précis of Cook's experience and background, which I think was provided yesterday. Ms. Cook is here to answer any questions that you may have and speak to his report. And, it's obviously a important issue in the scheme of this development. So he hasn't prepared a brief as such. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Cook, for making yourself available at rather short notice. We do appreciate that. We thought it might be through Zoom, but much better to have it face to face from our point of view. Thank you for the biographical information and so your qualifications and work history provided. Thank you. Have you also read the Environment Courts?
Yes, I did. So I was,
and you're happy to?
yes, I am.
everything you do will
I've
be
been
in
an expert
accordance
witness,
with that.
so I do understand the requirements of that process. So
Thank you very much. Just for the record, we
Yeah.
thank you very much. So I presume you would like us simply to ask questions or
Yeah,
you
that-
forward a
yep. So
right?
So there's nothing, I'll probably just start with some questions unless you wanted to highlight anything from, I'm looking primarily at your.
So I guess what if I was to say something, which is that basically in terms of the work on what PDP have done, they've taken an extremely conservative approach. What we see with that though is even with that, when they look at nitrogen, they and I have no differences. They say that by lumping it, so what they did was lumped all of the plot sizes together to end up with a lump of 8.4 hectares. That's the way in which they proceeded with that. And they also went for a larger size plot than what I had used, because they went for 200 litres per person per day, which is for a reticulated system, whereas I used 180 litres per day, which is what's in the Hawke's Bay regional plan requirements. So there's a slight difference in those things. However, they end up stating that from the area, they would end up with a loading of nitrogen of 1,760 kilograms of nitrogen per year, and that using their estimates of the farmland at the present time, they end up that's producing 6,160 kilograms per year of leaching from that. So we agree that the nitrogen is not going to be a problem in this situation, due to the fact that there will be processes that occur. One of which is that when you're applying the nitrogen, you will get adsorption. So depending on the form, so if you've got ammonia going on, then ammonia is a positively charged anion. It gets absorbed to the cation exchange capacity in the soil, won't move as far out as what nitrate will. It will get converted through time through to nitrate, but in that conversion process, the nitrification and the denitrification process, it will in fact lose gas to the atmosphere, which is denitrification. The use of drippers means that because the dripper is buried and you have basically like a point source of water, then the water has to flow from that point outwards. So you're getting an expanding bulb of water that's moving out. So around the dripper itself, you create basically saturated conditions. That again enhances that denitrification process and the gaseous losses that will occur. So that's going to be the situation. Because you're also applying wastewater, what you need to drive that denitrification process is in fact carbon. So you actually have the carbon in the water to do that. So there will be considerable denitrification that occurs with applying wastewater. Do that. You're applying a small volume, which is 4 millimeters a day, I think is what we're going on, and that is for 6 people being in the house. Now that's on the basis that all those 6 people are there all that time, so on and so forth. So it seems fine. The other point is we have a slight disagreement on I think phosphorus, and that is because if you look at these soils, these are soils which are derived from volcanic ash. Okay, so they have contained a clay, a mineral in them called allophane. Allophane has two things which are important in this aspect. The first one is that allophane sucks up phosphorus like nobody's business, and it actually is because it gets taken into the structure of the clay. So these are alumina iron silicates that are these compounds, and they actually get, and New Zealand is famous for the work that's been done on this by colleagues in the past of mine, of Roger Parfitt and people at Massey University who were doing this when I was actually doing my master's there. So that is going to decrease the amount of phosphorus that actually gets through the soil. There is to help understand this a little bit more, I went and downloaded a GNS report on the hydrogeology of the Ruataniwha Plains here and read that in the last week or so. That shows that there's been no phosphorus increase in any of the bores that they considered during that time. And on page 36 of that, the last paragraph states that, in fact, they see that the only phosphorus appears at this stage to be coming from the breakdown of the minerals within the aquifers themselves, and that there is no evidence of the breakthrough of nitrogen from industrial agricultural processes post World War II that can be seen in the geohydrology at this present stage. So we can see that most of the phosphorus in this system is already is not breaking through, and that's being applied on these farms for quite some time now. Thus, I would conclude that the estimations made by PDP, where they have taken no attenuation of the phosphorus into account when calculating what they consider to be the leaching to the groundwater, is in fact an extremely conservative point of view, and that they suggest that the concentration should be below 5 milligrams per litre. And if you go to, there are two systems that have been tested in the OSET thing, the Oasis 2000L and the Austin Blue Water ABK2, I think it is. Both produce phosphorus outputs which will be below 5 milligrams per litre, which is what they suggested. So again, if it was able to be specified that those systems...
Those are specific systems.
Those are specific systems, yes. And they produce what is called secondary treatment water.
If I just could throw in there, Commissioner, the Hawke's Bay Wastewater Management advised on another site that they've installed 1,800 of the Oasis clear waters in Hawke's Bay in the last 10 or 20 years. I think it was 20 years.
It's going to be approved.
It's one of the HBRC, both of them HBRC approved schemes, systems, sorry, and the numbers are produced through the OSET trials. So that both of them are fairly common wastewater systems in Hawke's Bay.
What was I'm familiar with the Oasis Clearwater. What was the other one?
It's the Austin Blue Water.
Thank you.
And I think it's called ABK as well as the other. And it's a 2,000 litre system similar to the Oasis clear water. So moving on to the microbes in the system, even if we didn't put UV on the end, which we're going to, both of those systems produce less than 10,000 CFUs per 100 millilitres of water. One of the other aspects of soils containing allophane is they have extremely high uptake of and reduction in viruses and microbes when moving through them. That's again because of these clay minerals, which have got high surface areas. And for something like the allophanic soil that we're talking about here, they end up with a 16.6 log reduction per metre of travel through the soil. So you'd be looking at, if we said there was only, say, 15 centimetres of soil before we got to the Vardo zone, this is without taking into account the Vardo zone, you would end up with a reduction of 4 to 3 log, which would mean you'd be down to 1 CFU per 100 millilitres. And within the Vardo zone as well, going through to say about another 2.5 metres, you would probably get at least another 4 log reduction in that. So you can find those figures in the reports of Moore et al. And in, say, the reports of Leonard and Pang on these for New Zealand conditions. And there's many, you know, travel through the groundwater. There's a review done by Crom, and I think I've referred to that, and that would suggest that they showed that there was, you know, within 300 metres you can't find nitrogen when you've got it actually pouring out of a wastewater plant into the groundwater, and that's because you will get processes that occur due to iron in the groundwater can catalyze the denitrification of nitrate. And the other thing is that you get microbes. So you've always got microbes and so on in these systems, which will be looking for that. And going back to the microbes when they come into the soil, you've got to think that these microbes come from your gut, okay? So they are not adapted to living in soil conditions. So that what happens is they just basically provide food for the microbes that are actually there, and you will increase that population of microbes because you're feeding them more over time. So there was comments around. So I should probably stop and you should ask me some questions now, and then I'll make some comments about the idea of cumulative effects.
Sure. Thank you, Professor.
This may be a Mr. K question, I'm not sure. Mr. K, you made reference to, when I was asking you around Te Manoti Wai, you made reference to the use of subsurface drip lines as part of a improvement of wastewater discharges. What would be the alternative?
So the alternative are, no, you would not go for spray. Spray is so the reason I'm saying you wouldn't go for spray is spray puts this then on the surface. Okay, so you're putting all your microbes onto the surface of the soil. Yes, you will get some UV attenuation of that and so forth, and people do that. But you actually are far better off and far safer to put it below the ground. And that's because, so as I said, when the water moves out, so there are a couple of other things. As it's moving out, basically the potential of the soil, which changes the water content in the soil. So it gets drier and drier because it's going into a bigger and bigger and bigger volume, because this is increasing as a sphere. So you're going right from the middle of your ball, and the ball, it's going out and it's getting into a bigger and bigger space. So the velocity slows down, obviously, as you're moving out from that. And not only it gets drier, but being drier, it moves into smaller pores. So it has to, because the water content's lower. And so with that, what that will then end up doing is basically the sieving out of things gets more so. It's like putting a finer and finer sieve onto it as the water content of the soil gets lower.
Sure. Sorry, perhaps I didn't frame my question correctly. It was posed as if it were an alternative to something else.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of what in a domestic setting, in a rural domestic setting, of what would be the alternative.
Trenches and beds. Trenches and beds are the other, and I did put those in. Now, trenches and beds would be appropriate on both the bushgate and the Tararoo soils, but on the Mangatawai soils, which is the little strip that comes through around the stream there, around that ephemerate stream, that it is probably less appropriate for those, and subsurface drip would be what you would want to use. And given that we're talking about trying to minimise our impact, then I think that subsurface drip would be better. You might as well apply it to all of the area and make that condition, is it, Jason? Is that what? So you have that, it's a condition that you put on of having subsurface. The other systems are again below ground. Beds are where you're putting in like it's a less controlled application of the water into a bed system. You're putting in bigger pipes than what you are with a dripper, and you're basically having this as more of a laminar flow within the bed system. And then trenches are, excuse me, obviously your old almost septic tank type, where you're actually putting this into a trench and you're reliant on processes that are occurring on the sides and on the bottom of the trenches to treat the waste water.
So it's probably not much of an alternative, really. It's simply the way to go. Thank you. Do you, Professor Cook, do you want to talk now about around UV treatment, or are you going to talk about that?
Well,
You want me to ask a question?
Well, you can ask a question.
I've got a pretty straightforward
Okay,
question,
yeah.
really. In terms of domestic wastewater treatment systems, how common is UV treatment at the end of them? And what's your experience of those, particularly in terms of maintaining those systems and their ongoing effectiveness?
Okay, so as with any system, so before I move back to I'll sort of move slightly away from that. And before I came back to New Zealand, we were on a rural block, a little bit like this in the Glasshouse Mountains, and we had that to comply with the council conditions there. We had inspection every 3 months of our system, and that used chloride tablets for the sterilisation of that, and that was actually spray onto our grass. Okay, and those reports had to go to the council, and it had to meet the conditions every time. So we paid an annual fee to the people that came in, took the water samples, did all of that, and sent it off to the council. With UV is very effective in terms of, and it will reduce your CFUs per 100 mils down to, well, pretty close, be less than 10 at any rate. The issue with UV is, in fact, the build up on the tube itself and keeping that clean. Now, there are two things that are going for you, pardon me, with both the Oasis and the clear water systems. Both have low TSS, so they're well down below the TSS that's recommended in the OSET things, and they also have, TSS means total suspended solids, okay, and they also have low BOD. So the thing that would build up on the sides of those is algae can build up if the BOD is too high, because it's just using it as a food. So it's a matter of the people maintaining them, and it's one of the requirements, I would think, of the council as well, is that there is at least annual inspection of those systems by the manufacturing or who's the, say, installers or people that have been licensed by the manufacturers for that. The council could impose more frequent if they wanted to, I guess. I don't know whether that's possible, but as I said, we had 3 monthly inspections for where we were in the Sunshine Coast Regional Council for that with those reports going on. So UV, as with any system, and it's like the chloride tablets. So every time that when our people came, they replaced the stack of chloride tablets that were in there.
Do you know the installers of Aquaclear and the Austin Blue Water? So that's a separate unit.
Yes.
So when they do their annual checks, that most people who buy systems like this, it comes with a package where you get an annual check on them.
Yep.
But the UV lamp would in fact be separate to that and subject to the landowner.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps, again, it might be a matter for right of reply around that.
I can clarify it now. The regional resource management plan requires that whatever the system is, and whether it's a system with UV, it has to be maintained in accordance with the specifications.
So you're relying on that for the UV lamps as well?
Well, that's part of the system. It just says the system has to be maintained. And so if your system includes UV, then that would have to be maintained in order to comply with the rule.
Mr. Kay, have you, in any of the other developments you've been involved with, do you have large scale application of UV lamps at a domestic scale, examples?
We are, if we were progressing developments a little bit faster, I'll be able to say yes. We have enabled imposition of conditions on a series of these sites. Coastal, we were in proximity of the coast, we've put them on, for example, and we're waiting for certain things to happen for those houses to be built and those systems to go in. So that has been specified in association with Terry Christensen of Hawke's Bay Wastewater Management, who is one of the go-to guys for installing systems. He's busy as a busy thing. And he was on board with it.
Okay. So we don't have any real world examples of the effectiveness, though, necessarily of UV at a domestic scale.
The Blue Bay subdivision in Opatama that has UV
on a municipal system.
No, they're all on-site domestic. Oh no, they're right. No, you're right. Yeah, it has
I am currently working with Ragland. Water care, Waikato Water Care at Raglan, and they have UV on theirs, and they have had issues with it, and that's because they've got high TSS. So one of the things we're working on is getting their total suspended solids down. And so the reason why you want the total suspended solids down is the UV doesn't penetrate far enough into the tube. And so forth, and that's the problem that they're having. They're not having the build-up of algae and so forth on the side. What they are having is they've got their system at the moment doesn't work as well as what it should, and so we're working with them to improve their and get a much lower total suspended solid in their water.
There are, if I could just jump in on that, there are domestic products around. So we've done, prior to this subdivision, when we were looking at it for others, we were doing the phone around and the chase about on the domestic UVs. So we talked to a few people that were familiar with it. Obviously, it's outside my realm of expertise, but that were familiar with it and were not yelling at us to steer clear of it in any way.
Professor Cook, would you have concerns, or would your assessment in terms of any risk to drinking water if people were to put down drinking water bores, accepting what the regional plan framework is that applies to that? If there weren't UV treatment, would you have any, or even with the UV treatment, are you comfortable that?
So there is standoff distances that you can, so one of those publications I talked about before, both Moore and Leonard and Pang, they have standoff distances from where you have to be before you can put a bore down for that. So you would definitely want to make sure that you ensured that you are far enough away from where your field is, where your domestic wastewater is being applied, so that you are outside of that standoff distance. So, and again, for things like being in a pumic or so pumice or allophanic soils, that standoff distance can be quite small. Okay, so whereas in more like your sedimentary soils and so forth, they can be up to 150 meters. You have to be away before you can have a bore go down. So again, it would be a matter of caution and so forth, and making sure that you check through what was appropriate, because there are worksheets and all of those documents to allow you to design where you put your bore so that it's safe.
And we don't have any even for stage one, where there's sort of a high level of certainty, we don't have modeling that shows waste potential. And I realize that we don't have proposed house site locations determined, but we don't have any scenario testing or similar with wastewater plumes in relation to where borders.
No, so that was going back to the groundwater again. What was there's a comment in the PDP report of, and because they didn't take into account attenuation of 26%, I think, increase in nitrogen in the water, which is highly unlikely for reasons we just talked about. But the other one with that is what it doesn't take into account is these are so these are discrete systems, you know, like so you've got this little patch here, but not only that you've got a house over here that's sitting over, and you've got a driveways and garages where there is no groundwater going down. So again, you've got a changing from your original farmland. You've now moved to a negative for the area under the house in terms of impact, as well as a positive here. And that plume is going to go out into the areas where there is a change in the other direction. So you'll get a reduced effect of the plume coming from under the groundwater going out, even if it was as bad as what there was no attenuation as PDP suggested. You're still going to get dilution and dispersion because this plume is going to move downstream into the groundwater flow.
Thank you. You were going to talk, I think, about cumulative effects.
Not cumulative
Well,
effects.
that, and then.
So on a spatial basis, the analysis done was that I did was on the basis that all the houses are in place. Okay, so we're looking at an end system where all 220 hectares has been changed. So, which is on a spatial basis, what that means is we're just looking at now a one-dimensional approach, because it's big enough to actually just say, look, we'll just look at each of these and then we'll smooth out what happens. When we come to talking about cumulative in terms of temporal basis, the time frame, then what we have is these things are going in over time. So you're converting what was farmland now into these lifestyle blocks, we'll say. And with that, what you're going to get is, in fact, you're going to get a gradual improvement by going by both PDPs and my analysis of the impact on the groundwater, because you're gradually moving farm animals out of the system, and you're putting in these domestic wastewater systems, which have much lower inputs in terms of the nitrogen and phosphorus, and they're certainly going to have lower impact in terms of the amount of bacteria and so forth going into the system. So there will be a cumulative effect in time, but it's a positive cumulative effect in time of the development of this subdivision.
Does that assessment take into account mixed use of these sites, which, I mean, in the discussions we've been having, we would expect people to probably have some stock on their properties, and likewise gardens, and a fair bit of the old Tui Novatech and the like going on for fruit trees if they like, or things like this. So I couldn't quite gather from the assessments if that was included in the scenario.
So it wasn't, it was not in, so my assessment looked at the fact that you have I think I split it into there's the wastewater field itself, so that size. There was an effect for the area taken up by the house and the collection of rainwater off that, which was no longer going into it. And then the surrounding land, I think I just had as being at the background of what was the present system. So that doesn't take into account your vegetable and gardens and other bits and pieces like that. But again, that may well be less than what you've got now. And the other thing was that we need to say is that we're assuming on the area where the wastewater field is, that the people when mowing their lawns are using catcher. So they're going to take the clippings away and they're going to either compost them or use them as mulch around their plants and so on somewhere else. So again, that's an assumption that I made in my reports, and I think it's a reasonable assumption. I don't know. I generally use a mulching mower at home for myself, but Jason always gives me a hard time about the fact that he collects his grass clippings and shoves them in his waste bin, which then goes off to the tip. So yeah, so you know, it's one of those things, and even if you're not, you know, you've got some of that is going to break down and come back into the system. You have losses that occur because you just actually cut the grass and so forth, and you get the losses of the nutrients in that process itself.
Two questions in that regard. Thank you. We don't have a condition though, as I understand it, around any kind of cut and carry operation, because I have to say it seems highly impractical to me as a somewhat lifestyle block person that catch mowing is not the norm by any means, but that's speculative and fine. My question is simply, do we have a condition requiring cut and carry?
We offered the condition, council haven't imposed it. They thought similar, that it wasn't practical.
Thank you. And Professor Cook, would your overall assessment in terms of the nature and scale of effects change were you to do some different scenarios in terms say at a fairly high stocking rate? If all properties at full development capacity, if everybody decided to chuck 4 heads of cattle on there and a couple sheep and have a garden with some fruit trees, has that kind of assessment at that maximum been assessed?
Then that has basically by PDP who have based no, it hasn't, because they've only taken the 8.4 hectares, which is the waste fields. So no, that hasn't been done. And if you were doing that, then you would probably have to go and do the drip irrigation stuff properly as well, which means then you're using a model which
modeling it.
So modeling it fully, and that's what I did for Tiana. Now that's expensive stuff to do that, because you're talking about running lots of scenarios. I had to upgrade my computer because it was taking 5 days to do one run. I could get them done in half a day by the end. So yeah, this when you start doing that, it's not simple, because now what you're talking about is incorporating all of the nitrogen dynamics into the process as well. You're going to also then include the phosphorus dynamics. And then you're going to have to look at the salt. So, that was one of the things I should have said, was one of the things that PDP suggested was reducing the irrigation rate on the Mangatawa soils to 2 millimetres per day. If you look at the climate analysis that I did, then you have on average a negative 2 millimetres a day of water balance. What that means is that during some time, because you have salt that goes into the wastewater from basically the soap powders and things like that, you will get salinisation that will occur, and that will reduce your grass vitality and hence your uptake and so forth of that. So that is something that I just said, look, I wouldn't do it, but I didn't actually provide the reason. The reason is because you have to provide a leaching fraction. It's one of the things is that if you look at since the 1950s, when this work was first done in the US salinity labs, every irrigation manual, every book, the ANZAC guidelines all contain the fact that you need to provide a leaching fraction. So you have the salts are not going to accumulate in the soil and change they will change the soil properties, but they also will provide a stress on the plants.
Thank you. And just one last question from me. Thank you. Given the degraded nature of the Waipawa River, and I understand your position in terms of the potential effects on water bodies around it is slightly different from Ms. Baum's position. Was there any, particularly given the degraded nature of the river and I guess the direction of travel with Te Mana Tiwai as well, was there any consideration of adaptive management type conditions or anything like this, given that there's a monitoring bore, as I understand it, between the site and the river? Was there anything, is there any opportunity, I guess, to, or has any been considered around doing some monitoring to see that effects are actually within the scope that's being envisaged, particularly given your comment that we haven't necessarily modeled that maximum loading scenario that could happen under a fully developed site?
So you could do that. I've put in some monitoring bores, and it would be, so again, you know, like if it was me, I'd be looking at getting something like one of the universities involved and have somebody do it as a as their you know, master's or honours project or something like that. However, given the length of time you're going to want to do this for, you're probably going to have that. That won't be acceptable. So you're then going to have that somebody like regional council has to do it. And then you have to start and think about how you do that monitoring, because one of the things is that there's going to be both depth and there's going to be time issues associated with this. And there's also then scale issues that occur. So from the site to the river, what you would be wanting to do would be to set your bores out in a way which so that they have a logarithmic distance scale on them, because what happens is you will see an attenuation and a tailing off, which if you don't do that, you won't pick up properly. So that's one thing. The other point about that is it comes down to, again, monitoring at a frequent enough time period, and that's often what doesn't happen with most regional, you know, can I digress for a minute? My wife says I'm terrible at this, but I was involved in looking at drainage of acid sulfate soils in the Gold Coast region of what's Bentley round in Queensland. And one of the things was that the councils there had gone out every month and they gone and measured water in the local rivers, so on and so forth. And the times when they didn't go was because there was a flood occurring. What happened was those data, in fact, from my point of view, were totally useless, because they actually didn't measure at the times when you really actually need the data to see when you've got an event occurring. So again, you would really want to make sure that you're employing people that could go and monitor this properly, or you put instruments in, which is nowadays possible, whereby you have those telemetered back to an office and so forth. And that, you know, like, and there are some very, very good instruments nowadays that can do that.
So coming back to my question, there could be potentially an opportunity to do some monitoring of that, but it's logistically not straightforward and hasn't been thought about.
And costly. And costly. You know, like you're not talking about this being cheap to do this. You know, like so for the work we did on acid sulfate soils in total, the costs were probably of the order of $2 to $3 million in terms of the total research budget that we had, and that went over say 3 years. And you know, like your initial setup costs would be, you know, well, in our case, we're $500,000 before you even sort of got out the door. You know, like it's, yeah.
I'm sorry, just actually one last question that relates to that I just thought of. Are there any drinking water bores? I know we have those consents from you, Mr. Kay, thank you, that could be used as a bit of a, you know, the canary bore, if you will, to ensure that there's not any effects that we're not anticipating and something is happening differently. Is that Are there any nearby that would be helpful?
So the nearest bore I could find in that hydrogeological survey was right outside Mr. Apple's place. And it was the only one with an elevated nitrogen level, which didn't surprise me. But yeah, that's, yeah, there aren't a lot of bores that in that area, because I went through and checked sort of that were in that hydrogeological survey. There are other bores which are mentioned in the PDP report, which must be in, maybe they're the council's bores or something like that, which so, but well, you then start to have to know what the flow directions in the groundwater are and all of those kinds of things. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just take a break? I do have a prostate issue and I need to just start.
That not been filling them up with water.
Commissioner Daddleson, just to confirm, we have been unable to fill that spot this afternoon.
So that probably, is that? Oh, yes, we've got one, two, three.
Yeah, we have.
Three submitters. Yes. Yes. I wonder, Mr. Mackay, would you be ready to go this afternoon or start this afternoon, or would you prefer not? It's over to you. I mean, if you wanted to, you could, but it might be better to hear all the submitters first.
Yeah, that would be ideal in case questions come out of that. But I mean, I'm happy to start if you wanted to.
But I suppose, I don't know, do you mind stopping today?
Not at all.
It was a rhetorical question. I think that's the answer. I think perhaps after the third submitter, we'll just continue tomorrow. Yeah. Is that going to suit you all right, Mr. Lawson?
Yes, and my daughter will be wrecked because she's supposed to be playing netball at 4:30 this afternoon. So.
Do everything we
You
can
might
to
get
make
them
sure
out.
that fathers are seen in the right light by their daughters. playing netball.
We can all relate. How about
Oh, well, give her our congratulations that she's managed to get it.
Just on the issue, while we went on the issue of the boards, the PDP peer review at page 7 refers to the 16 boards around the site and gradient, within 1 kilometre of distance. The majority are screened with the confined within the confined portion of the Hiratonga Ruatalafa aquifer system. 3 of these bores are consented for water abstraction for domestic horticultural uses. And of the information available, only 1 bore is screened within the shallow groundwater system. This is Hawke's Bay Regional Council monitoring board.
the monitoring board I was referring to?
Right, thank you. I just really wanted to reconcile different sort of statements that I've heard. You've questioned the use in the PDP assessment of a rate of wastewater discharge of 200 litres per day on the basis that that's reticulated water supply, but it's also bore water supply, isn't it, as well? And so with the potential then for people to drill bores and get water out for reasonable domestic needs, is it still your view that you should be looking at 180 litres per day?
So we're looking at 180 litres per day times 6 people. So it's going to be that one of the things is are each of those households going to have 6 people? So again, the analysis is done on that those people are producing 180 litres per day, per person on every day. So going to 200 litres a day per person per day, to me would, like given that we're already probably being in excess of what will be the normal situation, just doesn't seem justified.
Would it change the findings of your assessment significantly if you went up to that number anyway?
No, it won't change them much at all, because you're increasing the area. So you've got to increase the area of the wastewater field. So your application depth per unit area is going to be the same no matter what. It's just that the offset areas will get slightly smaller. And so what that will mean is it will increase so I think you go from 270 metres squared on
300
to 300. So that's the difference. It's that ratio that will.
Okay.
Okay.
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, Professor Cook. Thank you for making yourself available.
No worries.
Appreciate it. Right, well,
Are there any other expert that we need to get on the line and?
I don't think so. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow. Yeah. Sorry. Well, where were we with Mr. Evers? Were we going to?
We
Yes.
talked about refining the condition to more accurately reflect his recommendation of where that lighting would be at the road ends and sharp turns and.
Yeah, okay, so we don't need to actually speak to him then. Okay.
Are you happy with him? Well, should we break early for lunch? Would that suit everyone?
Right. Thank you.
And where are you from there, Mr. Lawson?
Well, if there are no further questions for any of the other report authors, then that's really the finish of our opening. There are a few things I'll obviously have to address in the right of reply and matters raised by submitters. So there's nothing further for us to do this morning.
Thank you. And I sort of thought in advance that you would probably prefer your right of reply to be in writing. Are you happy to do that?
I'm happy to do it in writing. I'm used to doing it off the cuff. It's probably more coherent if it's in writing, but it's
Should we go for coherence?
but more convenient if it's
Well, we'd be happy to give you a week or something just to put together. Would that?
That would be fine. But if there are any issues that in terms of the right of reply, and we'll have that discussion, and I'm sure we will have that time tomorrow afternoon.
Yes.
So that I can concentrate the content of the right of reply.
Okay, thank you. So we can break now for lunch, and we'll come back at what's the
First minutes due in at
2, right? So if we get back here, 5 to 2 or something, that gives it a bit longer for us. We'll appreciate. Thank you very much again for your attendance. All of you. It's been really helpful.
you guys will know where the guys find your way through to one. Jason, you know where they are.
Look around.
Oh, there, yes, you don't have time to travel.
Thank you.
She said that he had just become a
No, pledge that
politician
time.
rather than. Yeah, that's right.
Everyone's here, right?
Everybody's here. Right, we have Olga and Ms. Sloan. Welcome. I don't know if you were able to listen in earlier in the day, were you?
No, unfortunately,
Well, I just say that we three are the commissioners. Mr. Wilson, Commissioner Wilson, sorry. Elevating you to councillor. Commissioner. No, I wasn't. Commissioner Lambert. And I'm Eileen von Dadelsson. So welcome. We've had the applicant presenting the case earlier in the day and also questioning evidence being presented. And you're the first of our submitters that we're looking forward to listen to. So over to you.
Haven't done this before, so it's very new, and I'll probably say something wrong or do something wrong. I don't know.
I don't think you can say anything wrong. I don't know. No, just share with us. Share with us your submission, or you know, talk to the submission. We've already read the submission.
Yeah.
But this is the opportunity to put forward your concerns, and also you've read the section 42A report, which was the one that was circulated, which had some or possible conditions attached. That report, of course, isn't a decision. It's simply a report to assist us as the evidence and submissions do. But if you want to refer to any of those conditions, for example, that might assist. Anything in particular. But no, you can't. I'm sure you can't do anything wrong. Just feel free to talk to us about your concerns about the application.
And just for your information, we did a site visit yesterday, so we know where your property is.
Yes.
Both your properties are right in relation to the application.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for that, Commissioner. Right.
So anyway, I'll start off with saying I'm totally opposed to the whole development, because I'm a direct neighbour and he's right on the boundary of quite a few houses, as you would have seen. You've been out there and seen. So, so the impact could be on my farming business could be quite high, I think, as a personal neighbour, because of what we do as farmers, and it's we have livestock that complain sometimes, and we burn trees and that sort of thing for taking trees out. And I like shooting guns, been in the country. I like doing clay bird shooting. We do that quite regularly, and you know, having lots of people next door, you know, things could escalate quite quickly with people with guns and that sort of thing. And just like to keep the character of the rural area as well. It's, you know, a real concern. That's, you know, we love living out there. I'm the third generation on my farm, and that's what we do in our neighbourhood, is farming, rather than having a massive bloody development right next door. So yes, the sensitivity on the farming is my main concern, and security of my livestock and my buildings. And we're a very we have no issues with anything, you know, security out our way at the moment. So, you know, that's a concern to me as well. And just the extra emissions of so many vehicles that will be using the area and the highways, and the highways 50 is already getting congested with trucks, and there's a few one-way bridges, and it's deteriorating quite quickly as well. And so with that, if it does go ahead, can we put, is there any available clauses in? We're allowed to say, you know, about clauses to go in the document?
Conditions, yes.
Conditions, I think. So one would be complaints from neighbours about farming practice, the main one. And Though multi-story flats is the other thing, the low-cost housing was government might get in there and go, what, we want to put flats in and that sort of thing. And we also had a piggery a few years ago, and they're still there, ready to go if we want to start up again. So we have effluent disposal on the property and that sort of thing, which is a smell. And our prevailing wind is over that way to where the subdivision would be. And we can also like to put on chicken manure for fertilizer as an organic sort of thing instead of chemicals, and which also has got a very pungent smell. So basically, yeah, complaints from neighbours wouldn't be good and would do detrimental to our business. Yep. It from me, really.
Do commissioners wish to ask any questions at this stage?
Just a quick one. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that it can be tough. And some of us are used to these kinds of processes and some aren't, so well done. Just a quick one. You talked about the piggery operation. Do you have consents in place for that?
They have expired.
Right, okay, thank you. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you seen the letter which we saw this morning, which was from Mr. Apple or his Mr. Apple's
No.
solicitor? No. I wonder whether. Thank you. Now, what's happened is that Mr. Apple has not withdrawn, but the solicitor has sent a letter out saying that they're not going to they don't want to come and make submissions this afternoon, but they have an agreement with by a particular consent condition, which they've been offered from the applicant, and that's within that document that's just been given. And that really is to reverse sensitivity issues. It's to face the issues that you've indeed raised, Mr. Alder, which others have too. Now, my understanding is that that offer, that consent condition would relate to all properties. And perhaps, Mr. Lawson, can you just perhaps confirm that?
It's going to be registered on all 312 residential lots, so it applies to all agricultural practices in respect of all. No complaints from any of the sections.
So I don't know if you want a minute or two just to read that condition. No? Well, does someone want to read it perhaps?
Is that okay?
Yeah, I can read it.
Can you read it for us, Mr.
Thank you very
Lawson?
much.
Thank you.
I'll read the version as it will, because there are track changes in here that have occurred as a result of discussions with Mr. Apple's solicitor. But the condition proposed is a no complaints condition, which says, pursuant to section 221 of the Resource Management Act 1991, the consent holder must register with the Registrar General of Land a consent notice against the records of title for lots 1 to 32, and then 312, and then in brackets all stages. The consent notice must record the following condition to be complied with on an ongoing basis. It says, so this will appear on the title of each lot. This property is located in a productive rural area where agricultural management practices such as agrochemical spraying, use of farm machinery, the operation of bird scarers, frost fans, and other similar activities may occur. Where agricultural management practices in the surrounding area are lawfully undertaken in accordance with either the relevant district and regional planning framework or a resource consent or existing use right under section 10 of the Resource Management Act 1991, the property owner or their successors in title shall not bring any proceedings for damages, negligence, nuisance, trespass, or interference arising from the agricultural management practices and the use of that land, or make, nor lodge, nor be a party to, nor finance or nor contribute to the cost of any complaint to a local authority or any application, proceeding or appeal, either pursuant to the Resource Management Act 1991 or otherwise, designed or intended to limit, prohibit or restrict the continuation of the operations of any agricultural management practice on surrounding land, including without limitation any action to require the surrounding landowner / occupiers to modify the agricultural management practices carried out on their land. So that's the legalese. The effect of it is that owners of these sections will not be able to complain or bring actions against farming activities that are being lawfully undertaken. So that's the effect of the no complaints covenant.
Any thoughts on that, Mike?
That's good.
Can I just ask a side
Yes.
question, if I may, actually, back to Mr. Lawson? Is there going to be a definition of agricultural management practice?
It doesn't propose one, but I mean, it's one of those ones where the permitted agricultural practices are defined in various ways over the district plan and the air plan and the regional resource management plan. And it's probably better to say, well, if it's those are agricultural management practices and they're lawfully
undertaken.
So I think that was the intention of just simply referring broadly to the district and regional planning framework, because I'm sure there are different definitions on all of those.
Just on that, and we might hear from Mr. Mackay as well. Just notably, as we thank you, Mr. Lawson, for reading that out. Nothing about stock or animals.
I actually noticed that too. It's very much focused on Mr. Apple's frost fans and chemical spraying. Look, normal livestock farming practices, it would come within the broad scope of agricultural management practices, but Mr. Apple has specifically tailored it for their purposes. But I noticed that too. It doesn't refer to your conventional farming type. I don't think it needs to, but if that's necessary to provide a level of comfort, then it doesn't add or subtract anything.
Mr. Mackay, would you comment on that one? Thank you.
Sorry, I have a copy of it. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, okay, it's uploaded on the website. We're just printing a few more copies out so I can give you some to take back.
I was going to say, Ms. Burns, that all the submitters should receive a copy.
They all did via email, but it would have been late in the piece, so I appreciate you may not, so we will make sure you will have a copy to come in.
Well, Soan, do you have anything further to add?
Yes, I just wanted to say I've written a few notes as well. My husband and I shifted up here and we spent considerable amount of time looking for the ideal property for us. He's since passed away 18 months ago, sadly, but the property we wanted was out in the rural setting, away from other people, because we breed Swedish Velhunds, dogs. And it's just been a really lovely setting for us. And last year I spent considerable amount of money revamping my house, adding on to it, doing gardens, spending a lot of money on it. And I just feel having a town directly down the road from me is detrimental to me. It's going to spoil the ambience of the area, and luckily now if this clause goes ahead, they can't complain about my barking dogs. But I'll just read what I've written. The other thing, in addition to my second point about road concerns, is that the government is encouraging all of us to reduce carbon emissions. And I wrote this before all this thing on the radio yesterday. It was quite amazing. And a report dated the 29th of September 2021 from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council also said that we must do everything to reduce emissions. And yet, CHB District Council is considering allowing 312 houses to be built, half an hour to an hour from workplaces, amenities, and many schools. As most of these households will have at least 2 cars to facilitate this, as there's no public transport, this is surely going to add to the carbon emissions. And it's more on the rural ambience of the area. Peter Thiel and his partner Matt Denzian's application for resource consent to their home and accommodation at Damper Bay is being recommended for rejection predominantly due to adverse landscape outcomes. And I think that our council must take this point into consideration as well. While a subdivision seems to meet many of the council's basic requirements, shouldn't other factors such as the effects on carbon emissions, the extra stress on the local health providers, and the detrimental effect it will have on the neighbouring rural residents be taken into consideration? It shouldn't just be about one company's desire to make money. In the report, it talks about the Montana, an extension to the consent. And I agree with that. I don't think that they should be allowed that because the district plan is changing. And that's probably all from me for today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just wondering, the dogs, have you got consent for a particular activity there on your property relating to the breeding of the dogs or not?
No,
Is
no.
that permitted
Oh,
as of right, I suppose it is.
yes, there's no consent needed.
Yes, I just wanted to check whether that was an agricultural practice.
Oh, right.
Is it an agricultural management practice?
Well, I suppose people do.
Because it's not defined.
Defined agricultural management practice. So there's another one for you,
Yeah.
Mr. Lawson. You can
I don't have a huge number. The most we got up to was 7 at one stage, but I only usually have 4 or 5.
But you can understand, I mean, there's so many different activities that take, are happening in the rural community and are allowed as of right. That's why we're laughing a little bit about agricultural management practices.
Yes.
Does it need a definition?
Yeah. I know we had problems. One of the reasons why we shifted was that we lived in Wellington and Karori, and there was one neighbour in particular who was always ringing the council, and half the time it wasn't our dogs that were barking because there were dogs all around the area, but he just took a dislike to being over the fence from my dog. And yet the person directly behind us said, I really love your dogs being there because it gives me a sense of security.
Interests here. Well, there's not much we can do about the carbon emissions, I'm afraid. The plan is there, and we aren't, as a council, the council here hasn't got the sort of ability really to put anything into practice to stop people having 2 cars or to stop people from travelling. But certainly your concern is of great interest to everyone, obviously. It's a concerning issue. Lapse of consent extension, there's been an offer of a condition which came today from Mr. Lawson, which would ameliorate that a little bit, in that the condition was put in place. It wouldn't be for an extension to 15 years. an extension in stages from 5 to 10 to 15 over a period, which would ameliorate that a little. But this, you can understand that that's what hearings are about, that with give and take and changes to conditions and so on. And those are the two changes in particular, the one that you saw from Mr. Apple and that one that I just mentioned about the lapse have been suggested. They haven't been adopted.
Right.
Because we haven't yet made a decision. We're going to go away and think through everything that we've seen and heard and read over the last period. So thank you very much, both of you, for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Very helpful.
Oh, thank you.
So Mr. and Mrs. Ellis. We haven't heard from Mr. and Mrs. Ellis, have we, about they are coming? Are they?
They're coming, they're presenting in person, they're scheduled for 3, and I've said to allocate, they've been allocated 20 minutes with 10 minutes buffer, and to arrive approximately 15 minutes early.
So he's been hearing it.
Yeah, so they'll probably be here about half an hour's time. And I did ask about the submitters presenting tomorrow, whether they want to fill in for Gerard Cleary's slot. They've not responded, so I think that is they're happy to go on.
Right. Well, I guess we can just adjourn for a while. Would it be helpful? Nobody's got anything they want to, this song and dance acts sort of often. No jokes coming forward. Well, perhaps if we could adjourn it then for half an hour. Ms. Burns, I'm just saying, I think we should adjourn for half an hour.
Yeah, of course.
But obviously, if Mr. and Mrs. Ellis arrive earlier,
We can let you know, absolutely.
Thank you.
You plan another.
Hearing.
Yeah.
That's okay,
I
good.
said further, I'll download it. If you download it, you can hit search on dog.
Can you? Of course. Yeah, breeding something.
Yeah.
Have you tried to see?
I'll just message Helen and see if she and Rick can arrive.
That's the Ellis's.
Yes.
Good, okay.
Okay.
And then if you contact.
Okay. Would you like anyone else to come in earlier as well?
It says 2.
I think it's 9. I've got Catherine.
Way around.
No, we got.
Yes. Sorry, we pretty much. Yeah, I mean, if Catherine, I'm not sure how long Catherine's submission is. Okay.
The hearings for
Very low, isn't it?
I mean, someone might come with a paper.
Yeah.
So if we could just, you know, if they're willing just to come that a little bit earlier, and then it needs.
No,
Oh, just after.
I don't think I want to go. It's cold outside.
We can always shuffle it around.
Yeah, I think so. If you could put on it. Thanks very much.
Cheer over seeing that little person. It's fresh water. I don't know what's going on.
So the freshwater pregnancy.
Yeah. See the government.
Oh, yeah.
No, not
No,
through
no,
water.
the freshwater, okay. Right, so this is what I've been. This is what I've been working on.
Oh, Lord.
So yeah, no, I haven't been looking at that, but you know, like I have been thinking about how to solve this. But yeah, so I know that, say,
Yeah.
the sort of like sort of talk with them with the situation. So there's a to have that we discharge. I came back in 2017. And certainly Australia, really a lot that they're using, trying to fence the fresh water from cattle and so forth because of the vegetation, because of the problems of the sediment. And as well as you know, feces and so forth. So, so that's I've tried to clean up fresh water. Yes, they're trying to do this. I imagine trying to say so basically, yeah, that's what I think. Troughs somewhere rather than at the same time, no harm, no foul. That's the case or not. That's that was what was good about the UK.
Goes along with that. And that's and is it water introduced in two places via a culvert under the road, so it's not water. Maybe some water would come off out there.
Was it built to go
Into gullies like that. There's a little glitch, well, almost flat gullies.
My husband, I don't know if you've seen him.
I can see.
It's been closest to the storms that we had.
So I'm sorry, visiting the same.
Shifted and
Still a lot.
We were just saying that it's sort of like our situation really, isn't it?
the way around Oaka, which is an extra hour and a half, and it's actually quite a big catchment up that way of farms, you know, big, it's a big. Just anyway, it's just, I'm just laughing because we're sitting now. It's funny the time.
Yeah.
Some rounds we have here to do stuff over the weekend.
Those
guys to do as much as possible.
What's happened over
They put a rig up on that big cable creek there holding it to make sure it was safe for the intern. No one got across it.
Yeah, it seems worse than 2000.
Testing for temporary.
It's not even close, is it?
My husband is swimming
It
pool.
was a different time.
We test it, but we were just laughing at the.
Yeah.
hence the problem, because we need to
leave. And he's just messaged now because there's been quite a lot of media attention. So the company and the council saying they want to have more of a seat thing when it opens on Wednesday. So I'm like, it's cool things in the afternoon. So it's right. We'll call in some favors from friends, you know, but he's left.
So
my husband's dad is, yeah, and then so but he's out at but he's still working, like he's
satellite.
75, 76, and he's still going, you know. And he said, what would I do if I retired? Yeah, he doesn't want to. So he can help out when he can, but you never know, because he's off as a digger out the back of farms, and you know. So he does sometimes, and then we have my husband's aunt.
It'll be interesting because I spoke
to the schools and stuff, and she's invited down. So we have
one of the people.
We usually have one, you know, ones that
sort this mess out.
Okay.
To us, and it's
It's now, it's the condition of.
on a delayed trip. Raritone. Well, that's what it's so funny that this.
So that's one of the
You know,
obviously
every day, it's no problem, you know.
in there.
Have each other's, you know, you know,
It could easily be fixed
happen at
by just digging out the drain that was dug out for years and years, but we
we're just like.
never thought about this.
One of those things, and if there isn't satellite in it,
And we're pretty, you know, it's pretty.
I know who
Able to usually
go to, maybe
but again, I was trying to have their terms.
photographs.
As few disruptions as possible.
Malcolm who used to be part of my DSIR things,
And I remember
been away. And yeah, I like it. So he's getting some aerial photograph.
I know, that's, I've only got two, and they're pretty close in age, and can generally do.
It's interesting. But if you knew in advance, you probably know where I could do this.
And there may even be stereo.
I know, but I could write a book on it, impossible parenting.
Photographs we used to use these for design.
It's key to
70 something for at being able to look the thickness of slopes and so forth using but yeah, you can.
My older one was probably snacking. I'd be trying to pick up the weight. I'd be on the phone with a friend or someone.
Usually just related stuff.
Daycare parking lot.
So probably be, you know, I would.
Like a thing.
Sandra, and then what you have to do is
kids and client rings and the alarm's going down by the side of my car. You need to talk to this person and sort some engineering issue out or something, you know. And I could document this. The thing is, good job, me. I got through that. You know? The man shaped a bit well. You just have to laugh, but Kotahi is much easier, you know, in that early phase.
Wanted to increase the size of the culvert under the highway. And they couldn't increase it there because they made a huge big stone garden on the side. And they said, look, it's not going to happen there. Still flowing. Designed for approval. Now, we included that last year. This is Lindsay. You're
Right, I couldn't get hold of, I just tried their line.
2001. So the new design is moving it. That's right. Well
So I
away
should
from
be
probably on their way.
Yeah, probably on their way.
They designed
The next, I was about to call
5 meters planting on either side of this drain. So a new drain was to be developed.
I'm just thinking, shall we?
Had 5 meters of new planting on either side. Or was it 10 meters?
And then say, it does run slightly
And
over
we were
time.
going to go with that, but now because it's new
Allocation.
many
They
for them 10 meters of it, you can't do this.
Would that be?
It's not even going to allow.
I don't want to put any pressure on them.
They wanted to do. It just seems to me.
I know,
Madness.
Yeah.
pretty close to even was just
what-
farming.
What happens
Yeah,
is often
that's when they do
say
the.
common
So that
sense
was a
goes out
time.
the window when you put, you know, sort of, you put rules in place and then people implement.
They come in between these
Yeah, I was thinking, say if Catherine only speaks for 5 minutes, like.
So, yeah, I know what my father would do, and that would be a couple of plates of jelly. And be, oh shit, there must have been an accident.
Well, downstream of that congestion, there's 2 culverts, and the size of the culvert under the highway is only about this round.
Right.
And the 2, so it's going to be enlarged, but I mean, before the new, under the new. Further downstream.
This doesn't have to, we can want to later.
The creek, it's smaller culvert, which is actually holding it up.
Okay, so
So there's small culverts
Yeah.
that have been,
Yeah, see if that works for them, absolutely.
Try.
All right. Go and see them. Sort of like that. What you want to do is to take this out, do you? And then to do.
there's
what
going to be a
after that?
road. The road was going to be there and the culvert and the drains, because of Wakakoha,
Yeah.
was going to be moved over.
Over further.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you basically got something at the moment. You say this is the road. Okay, you got a culvert under here. And let's say you got some parts here. And there's obviously got to be some kind of hill, right? So you're going to divert, this down to here, come underneath that with a bigger.
Yeah, they're going to put a new one under the highway. Yeah, with a bigger. And dig out the drain, put it with a big open drain.
Yeah.
And
That's their garage. That's
10 metres
Yeah,
of reserve either side.
Each side there.
So it's actually an improvement on what was there.
So that's what I can't get
is what they're arguing.
So that one of the things is that. And
Discussion about the house.
What are they going to do?
And then
You're just going to fill it in.
Garages.
This is going to be a road.
It's going to be a road, okay.
A central road.
I think the roundings
So the
out.
road was then going to come this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, just leave it like that.
Okay, so they were going to fill this to put
But,
that road in,
that-
obviously.
Yeah, but it's only a small ditch.
Yeah, but what I mean, they'd
Yeah.
have to fill it anyway,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
otherwise you wouldn't have the road foundations.
Oh,
and
no,
everything
it
else.
would be filled
Yeah.
because there's a,
Pull that front.
it's quite an undulating site.
Okay.
It's not waterfall.
Beautiful. Coming into Reed.
Yeah,
You get to Greenslade Road, you come around a really sharp corner before you hit Reed.
yeah.
There's some attenuation work done on the corner. And the first road on the right hand side coming in is Greenslade Road, and then there's what used to be the old Lorenzen Bay Dairy Farm. And the next road where the houses start on the right.
Okay.
It's that old dairy farm.
Yeah, so look, you need to, you're like, in this case, I can tell you what.
It's one of those ones that.
You know, the sense is not about how to look and so forth.
You hit those sites all the time.
As something that Jason would
They've done a lot of like, out of our own pocket 20 years ago.
Application.
Planted
And the applicant.
20 metres on both sides of the streams on the property. With native planting, we've done a lot of native planting.
It turns out.
We've done it all around the banks. And around on both sides between the highway and here. But it's, you know, a bit of a line.
It is.
It's in your oversized.
Isn't there why you have rough foundations?
It's going to be a raft, yeah.
Well, that's another argument that's been opened up.
The Murrumbidgee irrigation area. And she had the opposite problem, that was that the council would come and clean out her drains, but they kept making it wider.
Oh, okay.
Not only that, they were digging out material which in fact had sulfitic material.
You know, simple thing like what we limit 185 square meters.
190 sulfitic,
190,
but I subsidised
including
sulfuric acid and
all that
then
area.
sulfuric acid.
190
Drains and yeah, the waterway, so yeah.
It's 188.8, something like that, excluding.
So yeah, but I don't know that
we've not.
you know, like legislation's not my
It's
area of mathematics.
How much
But over a house,
That's probably a fair amount.
it pushes it out at 180
square meters.
Yeah, I suppose. Floor plate's going to be.
They've got something sort of fundamentally wrong with it. Because it's a fairly heavily.
Interesting story, and I think it's a true one.
The next one we've got is an A1
Homes. South Korea.
That'll go well.
Which, yeah, when it's supposed to be architectural.
I haven't, no.
Big eaves, recessed windows.
His journey.
Moving stars.
I think he ended up getting a Nobel Prize.
Whole area or is it the whole area?
It's about the very things that you.
When you look it up, you go back and it's not. When you see that, it's the building area, so it's within your cladding. It doesn't include eaves, so
you could have one of those ones of
somewhere like
in
that.
areas,
and that is in the rural zone, that's floor space, but in the coastal,
side coverage.
in the coastal, it's excluded, so I've talked about that.
He just so far ahead of you. He solved these problems when problems solved haven't been.
It
showed you the banks just answer those equations.
Big think it outside of.
Yeah, so there's a, if you get a chance, there's a film called it's called The Man Who Knew Infinity.
Yes.
Indian mathematician. So,
I was thinking about Adam now.
Ramadan, but it's Ramadan.
Something's named after him, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The Ramadan
Yes,
theory or
yes,
whatever.
yes, it is.
They brought it up.
Yeah, it's this series. So he went to work on infinite series, and I've read the book. So that stuff. So that's
Thank you.
Take me 28 years to preparation.
Just a matter of loving and 22
amazing people that
on
Back out from
When they called it in this movie, they called it.
Been through childhood.
big kids.
Well, at least we've got all the hiccups and all the housekeeping things. That's all right.
Once we go through it.
He doesn't do this.
They go to infinity terms that I want to describe, but I'm going to find a new way.
That's really favourite fields.
No, there's a. I'm just talking about.
Oh, yes.
People when they don't have external feelings, they can put their hands on an element.
Solutions, very inefficient. Don't take it too personally. It's over. You might be the first one.
So they're training singles go yeah, so it's like any race. So every training is a race.
They end up going to solve
just go until you pass out. When you pass out, just keep going. Toughen up. Apparently,
That's the reality. Throw it out and carry on.
As long as you're thinking, and so this is one thing that you said.
So she's got those Because
Because I was, I did, I was the chair of zones.
Stop and then she writes me a text. Can I not do that cross country?
So.
I don't want to do So I learned that all of a sudden they just first started liking it. She was on autopilot. She was a bit under pressure.
Challenged along.
So yeah, then stop. And in fact, the reason why she was heading to the bottom of only didn't mind falling that side. So she's holding on to her, trying to lean the other way, and like to dive in.
We're doing that with, my mom was so much work. I'm 10 years younger than 7 of my sisters. So
All right.
Yeah, no, they just rebring them in. Yes, thank you.
Are you ready to read? Now? The next submitter is here. Mrs. Ellis.
There's the road, yeah. I think so. Other side, yeah.
Mrs. Ellis and Mr. Ellis.
Richard and Helen.
We're sitting having a late lunch, zooming in, and they're going, Mr. and Mrs. Ellis, we're waiting for them. And we're going,
Saw you online, thank you.
well, thank you very much for changing your routine to help us, but it's just that we're finding we've got more time. Yes. Than we thought we might have, and so it's very kind of you to do that. After this, you can go and have a coffee and tea or something. Might shout me. Relax. So over to you. We've read your submission. Over to you.
And we've heard from that.
You listened in this.
Yes, we did. Sorry. Yes, just before with the letter from Mr. Apple.
Yes, good.
Thank you for allowing me to address the meeting today. My name is Helen Ellis, and along with my husband Richard, our son and his wife William and Kirsty, and our daughter Olivia, we farm across the road from this proposed subdivision. Farm number 3 on the map. As this is a controlled activity, it is very sad to say our hands have been tied with what we can do. We are worried about the diminished rural and farming character in our area and the extended duration of the subdivision works, disrupting our enjoyment and work, and most importantly, our continued confidence to farm. Some of our concerns that we wrote in our submission aren't matters of control that come under the district plan. So then the hope is the applicant might impose some developer covenants with the sale of the sections. Having put in a submission with concerns about the subdivision, We see the applicant has reviewed his no complaints covenants to now cover the whole subdivision. While an improvement, this still gives us concern with the size and scope of the plan and the sheer number of new people who will be densely residing across the road. Reverse sensitivity arising from new non-rural neighbours complaining about normal farming activities is a very real concern. Neighbourhood Facebook pages provide the ideal platform to have a moan about what's happening in the area. For example, farm traffic, smell, working dogs, barking, spraying, etc. We have seen this happen just up the road from us in Murakakaho in the Hastings district. The council have said it becomes their problem, but they're not the only ones to shoulder the burden. It can also become ours due to the ignorance of people who have moved out of town with no idea of farming practices. The council can switch off the issue after hours, but we have to endure the constant background noise of complaints from people that we have to live next door and coexist with. We as farmers and horticulturists are governed by the district and regional councils, NATE, assure quality, and the list goes on. But for some, this is still not enough. This is not a lifestyle for us. We're talking about our family's livelihood. We know that there is no requirement in the district plan for public reserves or now footpaths to be part of the subdivision, but due to the high number of houses proposed, it is sad to see. We're sure this will limit the community spirit in this isolated development. Other developers within Central Hawke's Bay are doing sympathetic plantings throughout their subdivisions. This softens the straight housing estate look. We feel for children, elderly, and just generally anyone living in the subdivision that there are no footpaths for walking safely. Not everyone, especially during COVID times, wants to get in their car to drive somewhere to just go for a walk. Footpaths or lack of them is a concern. But our biggest concern is the lapse date extension from 5 to 15 years. This needs to be declined. Planning into the future is hard as we don't know what external things may come into play. But with a new proposed district plan that is trying to look forward and that is contrary to the subdivision, we really need this to be declined. At present, the proposed subdivision is leased out to a local farmer for 5 years, with an opportunity of starting stages 1, 2, and 3, therefore reducing his lease land. So the applicant is not rushing to start. Perhaps he should have not leased the land out. Giving the extension is giving the applicant more time to get the subdivision completed and will drag out this development. This then means the surrounding rural community will have to put up with the 15 years of earthworks and building and general disruption. And then my little soapbox. It is sad to see a subdivision of this size going in on such good productive land that has provided food production to many Kiwis, especially in this post-pandemic world with trade disruptions, rising tensions in Europe. Food security within our own nation is vital. It's becoming increasingly important that as a nation we need to produce quality food for New Zealanders and the world. In conclusion, to our regret, we cannot oppose the subdivision entirely, but we urge the council to address the adverse effects from the extended subdivision works time period and protect our farming from insidious reverse sensitivity and complaints. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellis. Mr. Ellis, do you have anything to add?
No, I just back him up. But it was a joint affair.
Questions? Sorry, when you came, I forgot to explain who we are. Sorry, having explained it before to other people, I'm used to a situation where all the submitters are in the same room and they all hear the same message, but of course, in COVID times, we have to do things differently. So I'm Eileen von Dadels and I'm chairing this panel. This is Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Lambert, and we three are delegated by the council to make the decisions relating to this. You will have received the report from Mr. Mackay, which is to assist us as in all the submissions and the site visit and so on. And there were some draft conditions in that, as there are also draft conditions listed in the application. So any of those conditions, of course, you're aware anyway that those are conditions and those can be tweaked. You will have received today the agreement between Mr. Apple and the applicant.
Haven't seen it, only just when we were zoomed in, when we.
Well, we've got it here for you. This arrived just this morning to us as well. Draft, which Mr. Lawson and the solicitor for Mr. Apple have obviously put together. The attempt there is to deal with this question of reverse sensitivity. And so if you've got any comments on that or any other issues, then
No, I think we ran as past federated farmers, so it's been an enlightening experience this for all of us to find out what a controlled activity means and that. So with Mr. Lawson's comment that he didn't feel sheep and beef possibly needed to be written into Apple's clause, or we, if he feels it doesn't need to be, well, we'd be happy with that, being sheep and beef farmers ourselves. So
agricultural management practices. I think.
Yes, but we're not entirely sheep and beef. We're quite mixed cropping. But there's quite often trucks, especially if the McCains are doing something all hours of the night. They go all night. So that's really quite a concern. I think the dogs more than anything. Now sheep.
I think the genesis of this no complaints covenant was the one that is customarily used in Hastings District. And then Mr. Apple has added in the frost fans and the horticultural spraying, etc. And bird scarers for their particular type of activity. So it's sort of skewed it, if you like, but the intention, and I've no difficulty with stating it more overtly, that normal sheep and beef and cropping, but I mean, the cropping would be covered by use of farm machinery, etc. But in becoming more specific about apples, the danger is that it sort of gives the impression it's slanted, but that's not the intention. So between Phil and Jason and I, we can perhaps work on that.
So we're sort of varied with dairy farmers behind us, orchardists, we're in the river.
I think the complaint would stem through over time is they'd see us when I'm irrigating all day and night. They'll be complaining of the use of water. It's a wider picture than just what you might see from frost fans, but it's all the other things that goes on in farming. It's hard to remember everything that does happen on your property all the time.
The other thing I picked up was the lack of footpaths. There is a recommended condition, which will go to some extent to cover that. Someone read that one out. I can't remember which number it was. 33.
I thought it would sort of been. It was pages of stuff to read.
Yes.
Once they have footpaths, there obviously going to be some street lighting.
Well, that's the
Mangaroa prison.
33, Commissioner.
Condition 33 now.
Condition 33. Could you read it out for us, Mr. Mackay? This is a proposed condition.
Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, 34. The full detailed roading design required by condition 22 must incorporate a footpath on at least one side of the roads to be vested. And it lists the lots of the roads to be vested in accordance with the concept design shown in the development now's concept civil plans. So the references the engineering drawings. So basically it requires a footpath on one side of the roads that are going to become public roads. That's what that condition is.
So that's not cul-de-sacs.
It doesn't include the private right-of-way cul-de-sac. Well, some of the public roads, I think. Yeah, if you look at the map up there, the public roads are all through roads there.
Yeah.
And there's some private cul-de-sac heads which wouldn't be covered.
And the lighting is still a condition that's, there's a condition here relating to lighting, but it hasn't yet been agreed by the applicants. So a little bit of discussion. You recognise that the parties will all be discussed, the applicants and Mr. Mackay will do a bit of discussing about potential conditions still before we actually move on to making a decision. There'll be a little bit of talking in the background.
I mean, there's all the things that the district council can't do, which was in the paper at the weekend, of drones and, things that start invading your privacy, really.
Well, yeah, you can only do what you can do.
That's right.
That's the situation. And we appreciate you making a submission, because that is something indeed that you can do.
Yes.
And it does help the process, and it helps the applicant and the decision makers. So we appreciate that very much indeed. No further questions.
Just
Thank
a
you.
quick, I think you've mostly answered it. Thank you for, I was just curious to hear a little bit more around existing operations on your property, and are there a couple dwellings, one main dwelling? We
Yes.
did do a site visit yesterday. Forgive me, I don't remember exactly. If you
And a
could.
shepherd's house.
Okay.
But we trade in sheep, so
yeah,
truck and trailers coming, all the time.
I think it's in the height of the season from maybe September right through to March, April. That's when it's really busy with outside contractors, And I think in time, things, not having a crystal ball, but in time, you would never know what we'd be doing in 20 or 30 years, growing seed for something, or, doing some specialised thing that is mostly not thought of yet, because it's irrigated and it's got a good class of soil type, which is a good free draining soil, so they can grow all sorts of things that are mostly not thought of yet. I think it's just the opportunity of use of some very good land that at the moment hasn't got water. Very good farm of some type, whether it's sheep, beef or intensive cropping. Food production, I suppose is the word to use.
Thank you. You did raise a matter of lapse date extension, and one of the other discussions which has been held, and I don't know if you had a chance to see it online earlier, is really a proposal around amending the lapse date. So it's not coming back to 5 years, but it's recognising that the development will occur in sort of 3 discrete stages or phases, stages 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 16, and having an appropriate lapse date. So 5 years for the first phase, 10 years for the second, and 15 for the third. So it recognises the likely demand, as well as the practicality of developing a large site. So that's something else that we're going to be considering. So do you have any comment on that?
Still the same entrance for, once you've gone through 2 and 3, to get into the place is still the same entrance for all the up to 10 and up to 16. So that's still on Highway 50, and
I think the other thing that no one's really talked about is what impact this is going to have on either the Tiko community, Tiko Township or village, and the old village. It's going to split it's in the middle. It's going to be twice the size of either village, if not 3 times, if they go ahead, 300 houses. Yeah.
Onga Primary School physically cannot, it can take more students at this stage. Physically, they do not own the land to grow the school anymore. And being in the Onga community, having had our children there, they only own what the buildings sit on now. So if they hold a 7 aside, which is a big thing, they have to ask the trust behind them for the fields to borrow them. So the school isn't huge, or doesn't have the land to expand. So that's just a concern that I know they've got. They want more students, yes, but probably take more
I think that the other question is, if they do stage one, once it gets to stage 2 and 3, are they going to have a sewage scheme or I know, but I mean, when it gets that big, it's all still going to be independent. Gee whiz.
It certainly is there. Can I just ask you, just when you mentioned Onga, is Onga the community that you're part of?
Yes. So
I was on the board of trustees there.
but when we first moved there, Richard's family live at Tikakino. So they said, oh, you'll come Tiko way, but there's a natural boundary of the river. The bus didn't come, we're the last on that section. The bus wouldn't come up that far. We would have to go to the corner to get the school bus down the road. So it is our natural way. And saying that, because we have Wakarara Road, if I was going to Wapakarau, I would tend to cut down there. So I actually do my recycling in the village, and that's probably it. Or if I need some butter. Because it is such a, it has a store, a garage, and a school.
That's Onga.
And Tiko's less. The smaller communities.
You told it had a pub.
No, only Tikakino has the pub.
I mean, Tikakino.
Yes, has the pub. Yes, Onga used to have one. And, yeah.
You're learning a lot about communities.
There's a restaurant.
Well, the Onga school, when we were there, that had about 120 to 150 students. The Tiko would have about 50 or 60, where the roles are a bit reversed at the moment. It's just depends who you have.
But you would have to drive your children across the river
to go to
up to the nearest bus stop, depending what the ministry has allotted. If there's no children, it gets closer to the school, and that. So you would be going to Onga way.
So the children of any people living in this
would go to Onga.
Yeah,
Yes.
that have us. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Unless people become fickle about schools, and sometimes Onga's had students from Ashley Clinton and that. So, but that's up to the parents then to drive them or provide their own minivan or whatever. The ministry wouldn't cover that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time and making your opportunity to come earlier. We do appreciate that.
We did hear it on the Zoom.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
No. That's okay. I wanted to grab Mr. Lawson as well, but he's just left. Could we hear from you whether it's right of reply or when, I believe Mrs. Elmer's made mention, just on the topic of schools, made mention around there potentially being provision for a school lot or something, made a comment around that, and likewise some potential rezoning in the future, which I realize she's thinking is in the future, but can we get some more comment around that school, perhaps in right of reply, what the relevance or not of that is, please?
I guess we'll revert to the scheme plan as what the scheme plan is. The application is as it stands today. We would love to we would really welcome further discussion of a greater mix of uses, but unable to get where we are now. We've gone with a straight subdivision with no commercial or institutional uses within it.
Could I interrupt there and add something to that? I brought this up with council when we originally talked about the possibility of the subdivision of that site, and that the concerns were that the Onga and the Tikakino community would be concerned about drawing custom away from their little areas. And I said I felt that if this does work and people do want to live there and it goes according to plan, that I asked if we could perhaps consider zoning some land for light commercial use or something like that. And I was told that no, the local people are very intent on having Tiko and Olga. But I would very much like to think that council would be sympathetic to us in coordination with the thoughts and ideas. We'd be very keen to provide some amenities that families could use. We were thinking a park, and as I said, we, you know, if a new school was needed, we would certainly make land available to write that in. I mean, it's a blank canvas, really. There's nothing that can't be changed on that plan or shifted around.
Except I think the point that Mr. Kay is making is that the application is as it is here, and further down the track, if it's permitted, then obviously there can be more tweaking. There will be lots of tweaking, I'm sure, once you get past the first stage. Is that correct, Mr. Kay? Saying really?
Yes, thank you. Good summary of what I was saying.
Thank you. Oh. So we're actually finishing today, aren't we?
Yeah, we have. Joanna has managed to bring the submitters forward now.
Yes. Yes, so what were those times again? I wrote them down on the paper.
So Catherine Bell is due at 9:10 a.m.
Yes.
We've moved Plantation Road Dairy, so Kevin and Linda Davison, who were originally scheduled for 10:45, they're happy to come in at 9:20 a.m. And then Warren and Leanne Hutt will remain at 9:40 a.m.
Lovely, thank you.
I've just updated Ella Bohm and Hilary Lowe about the need to be available slightly earlier.
Thank you. And that means that Mr. Mackay will be probably earlier as well tomorrow. Is that what everybody's needs, requirements? Lovely. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your attendance today and for all the helpful comments. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Are we able to leave stuff here? The papers, et cetera?
Yes, you can. Yes, no one else is doing. Absolutely. That one, that big box one with you. You've got a light reading. No, you're welcome. Maybe just leave it on that back table then if you're in the cleaners.